Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗕𝗓𝗓_𝗏 on Wattpad. Now, let's start. Katsuki sighed as he finished his blueprints for the new fall designs. It was stressful trying to make something that was unique for all genders and still deemed appropriate. His eyes were burning from staring at computers and his fingers ached from sketching. He packed up his suitcases and locked his office up. His assistant Momo shared him a small smile as she waited outside his office. They walked towards the elevator. "Long day, Mr. Bakugo?" she asked as she pressed the first floor and leaned on the wall. "These designs are going to be the death of me," Katsuki mumbled, looking at the numbers flash red indicating the fact they were on new floor. It was moving at an excruciatingly slow pace. "Do you need help?" Her voice was low, hinting at something more essential, and she took a step closer to him. The beater stood behind him and began massaging his shoulders. "You've been really stressed lately. You should take a breather." She went and stepped in front of him, their height difference visibly noticeable. Katsuki leaned into her touch and her hands made its way up and down his arms, her fingertips grazing his chest lightly. "You want to?" His voice was low. "I offered, didn't I?" Her eyes roaming Katsuki's face as she cupped his cheeks, her thumb running underneath his eyes. "You look so tired, Katsuki." Concern laced her voice. "Yoirozu. I don't want to do this and lead you on anymore. We spoke about this." His large hands grabbed her wrist, but he didn't move her hands from his face. "You know I want to mate with an Omega, I know. But we aren't mating. Just." Her eyes rolled playfully. "Co-workers helping each other out. Besides, I know your rut is coming up. You get so antsy when it approaches." She leaned in and kissed his cheek. "I've helped you with them before, you shouldn't worry about it now." She kissed his cheek again, slowly getting closer to his lips. He growled when his eyes darted up to the elevator numbers. Their floor was approaching. Someone would see them. He wasn't scared though. Everyone knew not to mess with an alpha getting ready to go into rut. He pushed against her, his large body covering her immediately as he crashed his lips onto hers. Her hands found themselves into his hair and she slightly pulled on it, triggering him to growl again. He bit down on her lip, the metallic taste of BLD lingering on his tongue as he invaded her mouth. His tongue danced with hers as her light pheromones began releasing. The smell of vanilla tickled his nose. Her breathing hitched, his semi-hard PP pressing into her thigh, and she went and palmed it through the fabric. He hissed at the sensation, his crimson eyes boring into her grey ones with lust. 116, "Don't be such a tease." He stepped away from her, her cheeks flushed and her eyes half-lidded. The elevator door opened with a ping and the two stepped away from each other. 2 other employees walking into the elevator as they walked out. Lucky for Yoirozu, beta pheromones were not as easy to pick up on unless you were an alpha. In the Bakugo designer line, not many alphas were hired, the team consisting of betas and omegas. The two walked side by side, neither of them saying a word. Momo's head clouded with longing, and Katsuki only thinking about knotting an omega. Damn it. Katsuki balled his fist up in his hands, his claws elongating and accidentally penetrating his hands. "I knew this would happen. Momo is great and she can surely keep up with my stamina, but I cannot knot her. I need my omega." Which led to another problem within its own self. Bakugo Katsuki did not have her omega. The only omega that ever attracted him was an omega he knew from his younger years. His unruly curly green hair, his beautifully freckled cheeks, his big emerald eyes. Katsuki thought about that omega every day. 22, the omega who was his childhood best friend. The omega who smiled through everything, even after his classmates degraded him for presenting as an omega. The omega who went home with bruises and cuts every day from the constant bullying. The omega who only had one friend, who eventually turned on him because Katsuki was scared to admit his attraction to the omega. The omega who went missing. Shortly after, Bakugo Katsuki told him to go take a swan dive off a roof. 36 Katsuki stopped walking, Momo almost crashing into him. Katsuki! I can't do this. He faced her direction and grabbed her into a hug. I can't do this anymore. I can't lead you on and continue doing this. Whatever this is. He looked her in her eyes and gave her a sad smile. Please Momo, find a mate who deserves you. He placed a kiss on her forehead and began walking to his car. He was so lost in his thoughts he did not even realize he made it to the parking lot. 3 Katsuki. Momo called out just as he unlocked his door and was about to sit in the driver's seat. He looked over and saw her smile at him. The perfect Omega is out there for you. They're waiting for you. She waved and walked to her car before getting in and driving off. 25 Katsuki still stared at the spot Momo was standing at, before muttering sadly, I had the perfect Omega already. 24 1 Phew, I am exhausted. Okiko exclaimed, her body collapsing into the couch. There were so many people today. She ran her hand through her short brown hair, her brown eyes searching the room. Honestly. And they were so touchy-feely today too. I know Aizu was uncomfortable. Mina chimed in, her yellow eyes gleaming with glee. Speak for yourself, Mina. I was fine, thank you. Izuku gave her a cheeky smile. Let's count this money and get the hell home. Izuku looked at his 𝗧𝗵𝗲 outfit. The black bodysuit practically completely see-through, with complimentary bunny ears and heels to go with it, the fabric hugging his hips and butt. His eyelids littered with glittery green eyeshadow to complement his eyes and hair. Light mascara on his naturally long eyelashes with the smallest amount of eyeliner. 43. Your boyfriend is picking you up? Okiko asked, hoping the disdain in her voice was hidden. 17. He's going to meet me at the station. Izuku answered, settling himself on the couch as well. The trio counted the money in a comfortable silence at that point. The three of them have been friends since Izuku was 15, and Okiko and Mina were 16. The girls have been dating since then, and when Izuku met them, the two were like mother figures to him even though they were so close in age. 6. He treats you good, right? The yellow-eyed beater asked, as she began gathering her things. Yes, he treats me good, mother. Izuku joked, the beater slapping his arm playfully. I know you guys want the best for me. And I know you worry a lot for me since I am an Omega. He looked at Okiko directly. I can't help it. It's the Omega in me. She preened, her cheeks a rosy color as she hugged him tight. Us Omegas have to stick together, you hear? She began scenting him, an everyday ritual. It was common for Omegas to scent other Omegas for comfort and worst-case scenarios. And you know I love you with all of my heart, I want you to be happy. 2. Izuku laughed as he hugged her. I know, and I will tell you if it was otherwise. Now go home. I'm sure your mom is tired of being with your pup. I love you both, text you when I get home. Tell Maya hi for me. He hugged Mina, as he left the building and began walking down the street. The smile on his face dropping immediately. 22. He hated lying to them. They've done nothing but help and care and show Izuku what it was like to feel loved. But that was the reason he had to lie. They had a family now. An appealing daughter who was going to be 3 in a few months. She was appealing, regardless of the fact that she was adopted, and Izuku was even gifted the title as her godfather. For he couldn't worry then about him and Shoto. He desperately wanted to tell them to help him. To save him before it was too late. To explain how terrified he was. 60. But he wouldn't do that to them. Not to his only friends. One. He walked past the same large building as he headed towards to the station. His muttering indicating he was lost in his thoughts, so much so he didn't realize 2 men approaching him. Whoa, look at this. The one man said, his lips turned up into a dangerous grin. Hey, are you an Omega? You're so hot. His eyes roaming Izuku's body. Though Izuku was no longer wearing his 𝗧𝗵𝗲 outfit, his body was now covered in a black CRP top and some leggings. Nothing too inviting or misleading, but according to these men, it meant Izuku wanted to be bothered. Izuku took a sniff of the air, his nose scrunching up. A beta and an alpha. Great. I'm sorry, but I have a mate. Izuku said, plainly taking a step back. He hoped they didn't see through that lie. Shoto wasn't his mate. Shoto was courting him at first. He led him on. He hid his lies and intentions well. Now, according to the words of Todoroki Shoto, Izuku was nothing more than a slot he needed to keep around when he needed his PP wet. Maybe on a good day, Izuku would be a stress reliever and become a punching bag. 41 A mate. The Alpha looked at Izuku's neck, the lack of a bite mark present. You don't have a mark, you fing liar. Waiting till my heat. Please leave me alone. He began walking away again, noticing his surrounding for the first time. He was in the parking lot of the massive building. He was pulled behind the farthest wall by the duo. The night sky becoming evident to Izuku for the first time. He was starting to feel uncomfortable, distress pheromones leaving his body. He began to walk away when the beta hugged his behind, his 𝗧𝗏𝗏 pressing into Izuku's butt, his fangs elongated and grazing over Izuku's neck. No. Come on. Let's have some fun, Omega. The beta was persistent, looking at the Alpha for approval. Aren't they more fun when they are struggling, boss man? Please stew. Submit, Omega. Learn your place. The Alpha using his alpha voice causing Izuku to submit immediately, his body becoming limp and he tilted his head to the side, tears pricking at his eyes. The Alpha grinned as he grabbed Izuku's shirt, ripping it to shreds, and the beta began moving against Izuku's clothed butt, creating as much friction as possible. The Omega cried, whimpering as his mind began to shut down. 25 He was tired of people using his body to their own advantages. The beta reached in front of the Omega and began taking off his leggings. Both the Alpha and the beta 𝗵'd at the sight. Izuku had a appealing butt, his underwear hiding his most intimate parts. The Alpha growled and bit down on his shoulder, making his mark. The Omega cried out and pushed at him, his instincts battling each other. On one hand, the Omega in him wanted to submit and avoid conflict, resulting in letting whatever the duo do what they had in store for him. On the other hand, the person in him refused this. He hated these strangers touching and roaming their disgusting hands on his body. Fing Omega. The Alpha grabbed Izuku and threw him on the ground, and hovered over him. He pressed his hand down on Izuku's neck, resulting Izuku to have his face smashed into the concrete. With the other hand, the Alpha hastily removed his jeans and underwear. The beta helped and ripped Izuku's underwear, his flaccid member now open for the 2C. You can have this one, boss man. I can get off just watching. The beta released his own member from his jeans and began touching himself. The Alpha smirked as he began pumping his own member as he lined himself up to Izuku's entrance. Izuku's sobs and pleads being completely ignored. He pushed against the hands, forcing his face into the concrete, which only caused the Alpha to push down harder, the force of it causing scratches on Izuku's face. 28 Will you shut the F up and stop fing fighting? The Alpha flipped Izuku onto his back and punched him in the face. The metallic taste of BLD began forming on his tongue as the Alpha punched him once more, in an attempt to knock Izuku out. Once Izuku had a appealing bruise forming under his eye and his eyes struggled to stay open from the force of it all, the Alpha palmed his member once more and brought it closer to Izuku's pink entrance. The tip of the Alpha's member prodding at Izuku and... Before the Alpha could penetrate the poor Omega, another scent invaded all of their senses, a scent of caramel. 47 The Omega gasped, immediately recognizing the scent. This seemed to wake the Omega up, the pain subsiding as his eyes watered at the approaching male. Get the F away from him. The new person yelled, punching the Alpha, which caused him to fall over, resulting in Izuku scrambling to move to the farthest corner. His eyes pricking with tears. This time tears of happiness. Not only as he saved from getting raped and more violated than he already was. But it was by him. 5 His emerald eyes watching the blonde-haired Alpha punching on the disgusting Alpha. The beta tried to land a hit on the new Alpha from behind, but his crimson eyes darted to him and punched him square in the face. The beta fell, the new Alpha walking over to him and kicking him. The other Alpha was on the ground holding his nose that leaked BLD. The blonde walked over, punched him again. A crack was heard and the Alpha fell over. 20 The blonde-haired Alpha heaved heavy breaths and looked back at the green-haired Omega. terrified emerald eyes clashing with startled crimson eyes. The Alpha realizing immediately who this was. His heart hammering in his chest, and he crouched down to meet the Omega on the floor. One Deku. His voice cracking. Tears began forming in his eyes. It was unlike Katsuki to show his emotions. Ever. But he couldn't believe his eyes. 𝗕𝗁𝗁. The Omega threw his arms around the Alpha and clung onto him for dear life. Why, you saved me. You saved me. The Omega began muttering incoherently, his mind reeling and running all over the place. The Alpha froze. He didn't even register that the Omega he smelt was his childhood friend. 18. The Alpha in him had to help. He wouldn't and couldn't ignore the distress pheromones. Katsuki reacted immediately and hugged Izuku tightly. He feared if he didn't, then this would be another dream. 𝗕𝗁𝗁. Can't breathe. Izuku coughed out. Katsuki let go and looked at Izuku, his eyes dilating at the view. 3. Katsuki now registering the black eye and scratches. He now registered the bite mark and the lack of clothes. The bruises on the Omega's body from being held down. Izuku smelt the angry pheromones immediately and whimpered. He bowed down and submitted, this triggering a growl out of Katsuki. Katsuki stood up and removed his shirt, putting it on Izuku. The Omega blushed, the shirt coming to his mid-thigh. Before Izuku could say anything, Katsuki picked him up bridal style. Izuku squeaked and instantly wrapped his arms around Katsuki's neck. I'm taking you home. The car drive to Katsuki's house was silent. The Omega nor the Alpha saying anything. Izuku kept stealing glances at Katsuki's stern face. His brows were furrowed as his knuckles turned white from gripping the steering wheel so hard. Izuku couldn't deny how handsome the Alpha had become the last time he saw him. Goddamn. How long has it been? Izuku couldn't remember how long it has been since he saw Katsuki. His mind went back, and the last thing he remembered about Katsuki was in middle school. Maybe you'll become an Alpha in your next life. Go take a swan dive off the roof. Why did you help me? Izuku muttered out, without even thinking about it. He clasped his hand over his mouth, scared for thinking out loud. I work in that building. Katsuki answered, his eyes staying on the road ahead of him. The building of the park lot you were in. I drove off actually and came back because I left something. That's when I smelt your distress. He looked over at Izuku and grabbed his wrist, causing him to move his hand away from his mouth. You can ask questions, you know. Izuku blushed. Katsuki hadn't moved his hand from his wrist. In fact, it looked like Katsuki was attempting to grab Izuku's hand. Izuku blushed more and looked out the passenger window. His fingers grazing across Katsuki's hand, until Katsuki just plain up decided to wove their hands together. It was embarrassing, but it really calmed Izuku down after nearly being raped. Thank you. Izuku's voice was barely a whisper. I really tried fighting back, you know. Tears began forming in his eyes. But they wouldn't listen. I'm so tired of my body being used over and over again, 𝗕𝗁𝗁. At this point, Izuku was hyperventilating. His breathing became erratic and his eyesight danced with black spots. 6. Hey Izuku, I need you to calm down. Katsuki pulled up to his house and jumped out the car as soon as he put it in park. He flung open the passenger door and grabbed Izuku's hands once more. Breathe for me, Izu. The Alpha releasing soothing pheromones as the one line repeated in his head. I'm so tired of my body being used over and over again, 𝗕𝗁𝗁. His heart thumped with anger as he thought about it. But he ignored it. For now. That's it, Izu. You're doing so great. Katsuki proceeded to wrap his arms around the Omega, placing his arms around his waist as he hoisted him up. In instinct, Izuku wrapped his legs around Katsuki's waist, his head buried into the Alpha's neck, smelling his pheromones. They managed to make it into Katsuki's house and into his bedroom. The Alpha holding the Omega in his lap, the two facing each other. The Alpha running his hair through the appealing green curls. You okay? Yes. Izuku sniffled and looked away. I'm sorry for being a bother. You're not a thing bother, Deku. You sure? Izuku refused to look at Katsuki. I mean, you helped me when. When I know you hate me. Katsuki looked at the ground in shame. I never hated you, Deku. I didn't know how to handle what I felt. And I wanted to push you away. But I promise. I never hated you. Katsuki looked at Izuku quickly before looking away once more. Izuku. Yes. Izuku stated at Katsuki's shoulder, not finding it in him to look him in the eyes. Where'd you go? After that day. What do you mean about what you said? Izuku's eyes grew wide. He got up from Katsuki's lap and stood far away from him. Could he trust him? At one point in time they were best friends. I almost killed myself. Izuku whispered. He found the floor to be mesmerizing. I tried to overdose. I was found by someone and they called the ambulance. I couldn't deal anymore, Kaken. And it was too much. After I got released from the hospital, I tried going home but Mom wasn't there. I thought she had ran away. Thought she hated and was disappointed in me trying to kill myself. I didn't even realize I was in a medical-induced coma. I didn't even realize my mom. She apparently had a heart attack and didn't make it. Izuku blinked back tears. I lived on the streets for a while after that. I didn't know where to go. I met these two people and they've been so wonderful to me, Kaken. I love them so much. They're so motherly and remind me of my mom in so many ways. They care and love me so much. And I met someone else too. And he isn't that great. Izuku forced out a laugh as he looked at Katsuki, tears falling from his eyes. He doesn't love me. He hates me. But he courted me. And he was so nice at first. He was so wonderful. And now I'm nothing to him. Katsuki was lost for words. He didn't know how the Omega was still here. He didn't know the Omega almost killed himself. He didn't know how much pain Izuku was going through. Suddenly, Izuku gasped. Fear taking over his features. Oh no. Izuku looked at the clock in Katsuki's room. I can't. Oh, he's going to be so mad. Izuku started shaking, fear making its way in his body. He's going to hit me and yell at me. He whispered that part, but Katsuki still heard it regardless. Kaken, can I use your phone? Please. And wait. Katsuki couldn't let him leave yet. But Kaken. Deku, you demon near died because of me. Katsuki exclaimed and Izuku stopped talking. You went and did something I told you to do because I was scared to admit how I felt about you. I didn't know you were hurting this long. I never heard about Auntie and what happened to her. And, Kaken, please stop. Izuku walked over to him and released calming pheromones. It wasn't because of you. I already felt so lonely back then. And then after our last interaction I couldn't stand being without you. I thought you'd be happier without me. I've been miserable. Katsuki cried, tears leaving his crimson eyes. I've wanted nothing more than to see you and tell you how sorry I am. How regretful I am of that day. Katsuki sobbed and looked away from Izuku. What do you do? Like job-wise? And where do you live? Izuku froze. His eyes lowered in shame and he sat back down next to Katsuki. He took a deep breath. I'm a 𝗧𝗵𝗲. 42 Katsuki looked at Izuku incredulously. What? 6 and I live with my boyfriend. The man who hates me. Izuku looked at him with sad eyes and smiled. I was leaving my shift when those guys walked up to me. I had a bag with me that has all my things but I don't remember grabbing it. I grabbed it. It's still in the car. Katsuki took out his phone and handed it to Izuku. You have to call that PP, right? Yeah. Izuku dialed Shoto's number and before he could hit call, he looked at Katsuki. You said you were scared to admit how you feel. Do you still feel whatever it was you felt back then? It never changed. Katsuki answered immediately and Izuku's heart bumped in his chest. I'm still crazy about you. But you have someone now. I don't want to be with him. Then why are you? 1. Because. Izuku's voice trailed off. I'm scared he'll beat me or kill me if I leave. 24. Then don't go back. Stay with me. Katsuki suggested, his voice as honest as ever. What? Izuku exclaimed. 𝗕𝗁𝗃 I can't. I won't impose like that. Plus he knows where I work, and even if I didn't work there anymore, the people who helped me still do, and they know him. He'll hurt them and they have a daughter. I can't. I'm a fashion designer. I have money. Those people who helped you, call them instead. Give them my address and I'll provide a home for them. That's the least I can do for them. They helped you in ways I couldn't. I owe them everything for keeping my Omega alive. 15 Why Omega. Izuku's was a blushing mess. He's always found an attraction to Katsuki and he has never been able to get him out of his head. 14 He still was in love with Bakugo Katsuki. That would never change. 1 Yes. My Omega. Katsuki began to growl, his brow sweating. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲. Quit the 𝗕𝗫𝗵𝗲 job, Izuku. Come live with me. I'm not asking to date you. I'm not asking to be your alpha. Yet. I want to prove that I am worthy to have you. 1 Why say that like I'm some sort of prize? You're the best thing in the whole world, sweetie. Katsuki hugged him, attempting to keep his pheromones down and his instincts down. His mind was screaming at him to take Izuku right here and now. To have him breathing and 𝗵𝗃 under him. Mine. My Omega. 42 Call your friends, Deku. Do they drive? Izuku nodded his head. Ask them to pick you up and give them my address. Tell them everything. Go be with them for a bit and help them get settled. I have to take care of my rut. Izuku's eyes widened and he jumped away from Katsuki. 3 Izuku was surprised he didn't pick up on it sooner. Katsuki was breathing heavily and sweat was dripping down his forehead. His eyes were dilated and his teeth and claws were elongated. He was really going into rut. And he was holding everything back for Izuku's sake. Please. You have to leave for a bit, Deku. But I don't want you to go back to that thing but. I don't want to hurt you. Katsuki began digging his palms in his hand. How lost are you? Deku suddenly asked, the pheromones the alpha letting out starting to make him submit and slightly dizzy. I'm still here. Sorta. How badly do you want to mark someone? Izuku slowly started walking up to Katsuki. Really badly. Katsuki husked out. Deku, why are you getting closer? Please leave. Deku began dropping to his knees, making eye contact with Katsuki as he spoke. That looks painful. Maybe I could help. Blush dusted his cheeks. Katsuki growled immediately. The Omega. Looking great on his knees, the innocence still written in his eyes, even as he suggested in doing something so lewd. I won't use your body like that. He really wanted to pin Izuku down and ravish him. But after what Izuku just went through and what he goes through dealing with his boyfriend, Katsuki wouldn't do that. If it's 𝗕𝗁𝗃, it's okay. Izuku leaned up a bit, and placed a quick kiss onto Katsuki's lips, before grabbing the alpha's wrist and bringing it to his lips. He never broke eye contact as his fangs sank themselves into the flesh, his tongue lapping up the BLD that came to the surface. Izuku was courting him. Izuku was losing himself. The effects of the alpha's rut sending him into heat. He knew he should have left when Katsuki had told him to. But he had enough conscience to know that this was something he wanted to do. He didn't feel forced to use his body to please Katsuki. It wasn't out of fear. He's always loved Katsuki. The alpha making his way into his heart years ago and never being able to leave. Katsuki growled and the effects were immediate. He picked Izuku up from the ground and tossed him onto the bed, his body caging the Omega. The alpha attacked Izuku's lips, as Izuku wrapped his legs around Katsuki's waist. The alpha began moving into Izuku's but, the only piece of clothing the Omega wearing was the large shirt Katsuki provided for him. The Omega 𝗵𝗃 into the kiss, as Katsuki slipped his tongue into his mouth. Their tongue clashed together for a moment before Katsuki sat back on his hunches. He took off his jeans and his underwear, Izuku removing the shirt. Slick was being released from his entrance, his body preparing himself for the alpha in front of him. That's never happened before. Izuku thought, as Katsuki grabbed his wrist and repeated the same action. Izuku hissed at the intrusion but felt at ease when Katsuki liked up the 𝗕𝗁𝗃 please. The 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗏, making his hand towards his entrance as his body began burning up. His thoughts clouded with lust and longing and the need to be knotted. Shesh, in a moment, Deku. Katsuki still needed to prep him and had to grab a condom. I am on suppressors. And, the pill. Izuku muttered. I want to feel your knot. Katsuki growled again as he brought his fingers to Izuku's entrance. That's a dangerous game to play, Omega. His first finger slightly grazing the Omega's entrance, teasing him. Please, Alpha. Izuku cried out as he tried moving his hips down to meet Katsuki's fingers. Do you want me to do it for you? Katsuki considered this thought, his member pulsing at the thought of his Omega touching himself for him. Prepare yourself well, Omega. And I want to see it all. Izuku didn't actually think Katsuki wanted him to touch himself. Normally, most alphas in Rut wanted to be in charge of everything. So the fact that Katsuki was letting him do this was quite shocking to the Omega. But if the alpha wanted it, then the Omega was sure going to give it to him. Izuku laid on the bed face down, with his butt in the air. Katsuki sat back, eyeing Izuku hungrily as he palmed his member in his hand. Izuku took his fingers and brought them to his entrance, slowly plunging one finger inside himself, humming loudly as his finger disappeared in his heat. In his normal state of mind, he would have been mortified, absolutely embarrassed by the alpha watching him. But with the need to get impregnated clouding his mind, he couldn't care less. 10 more. 𝗕𝗁𝗁. Izuku hummed as he started at a slow pace, but gradually moving quicker. The alpha growled. Hearing the tiny Omega his name like that made his PP pulse and made him want to P&D into him endlessly. But he also wanted to see the Omega put on a good show, so he fought back on his instincts. Do you see what you do to me, 𝗕𝗁𝗁? The Omega breathed as he added a second finger, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁 himself as he felt his knees buckle. Touching himself was a normal thing for when he went into heat, seeing as Shoto didn't help him with it. But to have the alpha he's loved for so long watch him so intensely, was making his stomach flutter. Why you're amazing, 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗁. The Omega hummed and soon added his third finger. Why you have to FF me good too? I'm preparing myself for you, alpha. Katsuki moved so fast, Izuku didn't even register what happened until it was already done. Izuku soon laying back down on his back, his hands pinned above his head. The alpha rubbing their members together. Izuku hummed, as crimson dusted his freckled cheeks. Katsuki grunted, his eyes not leaving the blissful face of his Omega. 28 Katsuki really wanted to F him. Katsuki wanted to ravish him until Izuku knew his name and his name only. But he wouldn't. Not yet. He wanted to treasure their first time together. Not while he was in a rut, and while Izuku was experiencing and triggered heat. 2 Although he was battling the F out his instincts right now. 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗏. Katsuki breathed as he smelled the tantalizing smell of Izuku's lustful pheromones. It captivated him almost immediately and suddenly the alpha pulled away from moving their PPS together. 21 A alpha. Izuku whined at the loss but squealed when Katsuki's head suddenly ended up in between his legs. 𝗬𝗪𝢢, I won't connect to you today. Katsuki muttered, much less to his inner alpha's disagreement. But I will make you come since it's my fault you're in heat. Since it was accidental, making you come once should be enough for it to wear off, right? 1 Izuku hummed. He couldn't believe his ears. Katsuki didn't say F or anything like that. He wants to connect. It made Izuku feel so cherished and loved. Why you're right, alpha. I should be fine after this. It shows that Katsuki really knew more about secondary genders and the fact that he was fighting his instincts right made his heart swell. Good. After this, go get your friends. Do what I told you. Before the Omega could respond, the alpha like his entrance. Izuku hummed loudly, his hand reaching up to Katsuki's hair as he ate him out. Izuku never experienced this. This was an all-new sensation to him, and it was too much. Katsuki couldn't get enough off the slick Izuku was releasing. It tasted as good as it smelt, if not better. With his other hand, he reached and grabbed Izuku's hardened member and stroked it at a pace that was unheard of. He wanted to make Izuku come, and get out of here as soon as possible. His instincts were slowly starting to take over his rationality, and he refused to harm Izuku. If Kaken Izuku felt his stomach muscles tighten, as his body began to convulse. "See leaking. I'm coming, Kaken." The 𝗕𝗵𝗃 as milky fluid shot out of his member, onto Katsuki's hand. His breathing ragged, his eyesight dancing with stars. Izuku whispered, never feeling something so intense, and the crazy thing was that they hasn't even gone through with it fully. Izuku blushed at the thought. Katsuki stood up and liked the cum that was on his fingers and hand, his eyes not leaving Izuku as he did. Much to his word, the cloudedness left his mind, as he stared at the crimson-eyed man. "Kaken. That's dirty." He stuttered, his cheeks aflame. "It's wonderful." Katsuki didn't even hear his complaint. He put his boxers back on and walked to the dresser. He went and grabbed one of his spare shirts and some boxers and jeans for Izuku. His hard member still visible, and looked even more painful than before. "Get dressed, baby. I want you to do what I asked." And here, he wrote his number down on a random piece of paper and handed it to Izuku along with his keys. "Your things are in there. Keep my keys so you can let yourself in when you come back. You will come back, right?" Katsuki sounded hopeful. He didn't want to lose Izuku again. 14, of course. He looked Katsuki, and before he could say anything he placed a quick kiss on his cheek, not wanting to tease the already sexually frustrated male. "Thank you. I'll be back, I promise." Izuku shared a smile as he began rushing to put the spare clothes on. If you want, no need, Deku. I'll handle my rut. I'll just picture it's you." He winked at the pink-faced Omega before walking to the bathroom. He looked back at Izuku, his mind still reeling from that fact that he was actually standing in front of him, before ushering inside the bathroom before doing something he would regret. Stupid Kaken. Izuku muttered before running out Katsuki's house and grabbing his things out his car. The quicker he called Shoto, the better it should be. Hopefully he wouldn't get beat as much. He entered Katsuki's number, saving it under the foolish childhood nickname, before calling Shoto. 2 rings was all it took before an angry Shoto answered the phone. "Where the F are you, you slut?" His voice void of emotions, but Izuku could picture the anger burning in his eyes. "Hi Shoto. I almost got attacked," he said, knowing that quite frankly, the alpha didn't really care. "I got taken care of by someone who was nearby, I'm on my way now." He thought it was wise to not mention the fact that he knew the person who saved him from his attackers. "No thing need. You forget, I put tracker in your phone. I'm on my way, you pathetic Omega." And just like that he hung up the phone. 24 Izuku muttered. He called Mina and told her right away what happened. Mina and Okako knew about Katsuki. They were fond of him, simply because of how much adoration Izuku had when he spoke of him. Izuku decided to walk away from Katsuki's house, not recognizing the neighborhood at all. He wasn't sure Shoto could beat Katsuki in a fight, but he wasn't willing to put the theory to the test. And knowing Katsuki, he would surely try and beat the SHT out of him. 9 He ended up at a nearby park. He sat there on a swing, waiting for his boyfriend to show up. When suddenly he recognized the black car in front of him. A lump grew in his throat as he stood up, fear creeping its way into his body. The driver stepped out the car, his dual hair blowing in the slight wind. His eyes narrowing at Izuku, anger shining in them before walking up to him. Hello Alpha. Izuku kept his head low, scared to look at him. "What the F are you wearing? Where the F were you? And why?" Shoto took a step closer and smelled the air surrounding Izuku. "Do you smell like another alpha?" Izuku's brain froze temporarily. He'd forgotten about his and Katsuki doing such lewd things. But before he could answer, Shoto grabbed the front of his shirt and got in his face. With his other hand he slapped him, and held his by his throat, his claws slightly digging into Izuku's throat. "I asked you a question, Omega. Answer me." I got attacked, remember?" Izuku could barely talk, let alone breathe. It was so painful. Tears began pricking at his eyes. The men who attacked me was an A alpha and a beta. Someone helped me and gave me spare clothes. They happen to be an A alpha too. He gasped, his voice coming out as a whisper. I'm sorry, Alpha. That's another thing with Shoto. He liked being called Alpha by the Omega. It reminded Izuku how weak he was. And it made Shoto feel like he was much superior. It's why he constantly referred to every Alpha as such. It was hardwired into his head. Eureka Fing Lust. Did you enjoy getting fed by those who attacked you? I knew you were nothing more than a slot. Shoto tossed Izuku and walked back to the car. Get in. I have pent-up stress because of you. And you're going to handle it. However, Izuku didn't move. He didn't want to go with Shoto. He promised Katsuki he would go back. Unconsciously, he took a step back. I said get in the Fing car, Izuku. His voice lathered in anger. And no. Izuku didn't know what came over him. He shouldn't rely on Katsuki to actually want him. It was the effects of his rut talking. His need to impregnate an Omega. But Izuku felt love the way Katsuki looked at him. The way Katsuki spoke to him felt sincere and not like he was actually a burden for existing. Even if the two had a horrible relationship before Izuku tried to kill himself, the two of them were inseparable at one point. Izuku was hoping he could experience that again. I don't want to. His voice wavered. He could do this. He had to. He wanted to be in Katsuki's embrace, even if it was only in the heat of the moment. 6 what? Shoto growled, gradually making Izuku freeze up. I said to get in the Fing car. You're going to make me F you up. Shoto deadpanned. I'll drag you. 16 that seemed to wake Izuku out of his trance. And no. Izuku's eyes darted everywhere before running away. He knew he couldn't outrun the Alpha, but luckily he wasn't too far away from Katsuki's house. His hand pressed against his pocket, feeling the keys Katsuki gave him. Izuku. The Alpha roared, his Alpha command almost making Izuku stop, but somehow it didn't work. Izuku ran, his breathing ragged, and soon, he found himself standing back at Katsuki's door. His hands reached into his pockets, shaking as he smelled Shoto coming closer. Before he could unlock the door, Shoto yanked him back and threw him down on the floor again. He kicked him on his abdomen numerous times as he yelled at him. You thought you could run away. I Fing own you, you piece of SHT. You're good for nothing more than being someone's sex toy. I should have killed you when I first met you. You. Before Shoto could finish, the house door opened and a punch was thrown at Shoto's face. 9. You best get the F off my property and leave my Omega alone. Katsuki bellowed, his crimson eyes taking in Izuku sobbing and holding himself on the floor. Izuku was in so much pain, and he was drowning in angry alpha pheromones. It was too much. 7. Your Omega. Shoto spat with venom laced in his voice. He's nothing more than a slot. I bet you fed him too, and that's why he was covered in alpha pheromones. Shoto barely said anymore before him and Katsuki started throwing hits at each other, ultimately resulting in Katsuki winning. The dual-haired alpha was limping off of his yard, his face blooded. 29. Katsuki wiped his blooded lip and looked at the Omega. Izuku laid on the grass, his body adoring in new bruises and his eyes closed from passing out. He picked him up bridal style. Another car pulled up in front of Katsuki's house and a girl with brown hair and eyes, and another girl with pink hair and yellow eyes jumped out. The girl with pink hair and Katsuki locked eyes before Katsuki gasped. Mina. He hasn't seen her since high school. They had been great friends. He looked back at the brown-haired girl and vaguely remembered her. Okiko. Holy SHT. When Aizu spoke about you, he never said your name. He only called you Kaken. Okiko stopped talking and noticed Izuku. Izuku. She took a step forward and Katsuki subconsciously growled. Okiko bared her fangs back, the Omega wanting to care for the hurt Omega in the Alpha's arms. 14. Mina put her arms between the two and looked at her mate. Baby, calm down. He's not hurting Aizu. He's taking care of him. Your Omega is going crazy, but imagine how Katsuki must feel. Let's get Aizu cleaned up, okay? Can we come in? Mina looked at Katsuki smiling sadly as she looked Izuku again. Of course. Katsuki allowed the 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗕𝗵𝗃 in his house. He didn't even notice the little girl standing behind the 𝗵𝗃's legs, her eyes not leaving Izuku. Katsuki gently laid him on the couch, while he told Okiko where the medical supplies were. "Aizu okay?" the girl questioned. Her brown hair pulled into two neatly styled ponytails. Her green eyes full of sadness. "Yes baby, Izuku going to be okay. I know you love him very much, Maya," Mina said as she sat the girl on another couch in Katsuki's house. "My daddy," Maya said before bursting into tears. Katsuki's head swiveled to Mina as she smiled at him and shook her head. "8 baby, he's your godfather, 3 that's my daddy." Maya cried more as she ran towards Izuku's body and cried in his chest. "I love Aizu. And Maya give Izuku space, okay? I have to treat him," Okiko called bashfully, as she came back with the supplies. The girl nodded and went and hugged Katsuki, taking the blonde by surprise. The mates laughed and Mina nodded her head, telling Katsuki to hug her back. Carefully, Katsuki wrapped his arms around Maya, scared the girl will break, before walking to the other couch and placing her on his lap. The mates began patching and cleaning Izuku up. "I'm sorry." Maya sniffed and looked at Katsuki. The alpha preened, wanting a pup just looking at her big gorgeous eyes. "It's okay. My name is Katsuki." Katsuki spoke in a gentle voice. "You're really pretty." Maya giggled and poked his cheek with her little hands. "Maya. M name is Maya and I am." She took 2 fingers and held them with pride. 2 years old. "Wow." Katsuki smiled, something that was foreign to him. "You're a big girl." Katsuki tickled her, the alpha in him swirling in emotions. "Are you Aizu's boyfriend?" Maya asked, her lips pulled into a cunning smile. "Maya, that's personal information baby," Okiko called, as Izuku stirred, unknown to the alpha and the little girl. "It's okay," Katsuki reassured, before Maya wrapped her little fingers around Katsuki's larger one. "Not yet. One day I want to be his boyfriend. I like him very much." "I thought Aizu had a boyfriend." Maya pouted. "I don't like him." 13 Mina frowned. "You never met him, sweetie." Aizu smelt scared. "And like something not good. Stinky." But it wasn't Aizu's smell. Maya scrunched her nose and shook her head. "Aizu smells like flowers, and he always smelt like peppermint. I hate peppermint." 17 The trio's eyes widened. That was definitely Shoto's scent. But Maya wouldn't have known that because she's never met him. Of course she'd know what peppermint smelt like, but to actually be able to differentiate Izuku's and Shoto's scents like that would mean you might be a little alpha. Katsuki grinned looking at her parents. Mina and Okiko looked at each other and smiled. "Alpha." Maya tilted her head. "Like you." Katsuki nodded his head and she looked down and blushed. "See, can I be in your pack?" 9 Katsuki blinked a few times, registering what he had heard. Hey. Being in packs was something that was no longer practiced. Sure, people did it still, but it wasn't a requirement as much as it was back then. "I saw it on TV. A show Mama and Mommy watches. Alphas are in packs. Can I join yours?" Maya looked up again, her green eyes pleading. "Of course. You're already in my pack along with your parents and Izuku." Katsuki answered. He never had a pack. It would consist of very little people like his high school best friends Kirishima, Zero, and Kaminari. Of course it would include Izuku, as he did have plans on mating him, and now Okiko, Mina, and the little alpha Maya. "I wouldn't have forgiven you if you wouldn't let her in your pack, Kaken," Izuku said, startling the alphas. "Aizu," Maya said, jumping off of Katsuki's lap and on Izuku, ignoring her parents' plea to be careful. "I thought you were so hurt. I was so scared. I love you very much." For Izuku looked like his energy was depleting, but he smiled and kissed all over her face, causing Maya to giggle. "I'm okay, baby. Just a little bit of scratches." Though, everyone could see it wasn't the case. Dark whelps adorned his body. His hands were shaky and his eyes were glossy as he looked as if he were about to cry. I'm okay, sweetie. Izuku caressed Maya's cheek. Maya scrunched up her face. You smell like your boyfriend. I don't like it. Izuku looked down, his eyes darkening. Not my boyfriend anymore. Maya perked up at this. Really? Will Suki be your new boyfriend? She asked excitedly, as she pointed at the ash blonde. The question causing the Omega to blush, and the said alpha looked away to hide his embarrassment. 21, that's more personal information, Maya. Mina said, as she looked at Katsuki. Can we grab her something to eat? Of course. 9 Maya ran up to her parents and exited the living room, leaving the Omega and Alpha alone. Once Katsuki realized they were on opposite sides of the room, he got up and sat next to Izuku. You okay? His voice was surprisingly gentle. Yeah. I'm fine. What about your rut? Izuku didn't want to talk about what had happened. I'll be fine. I handled it a bit. Though I think the stress prolonged it. Katsuki pulled Izuku into his lap once he started shaking. Why are you crying, baby? 20 I don't understand, Kaken. Izuku hiccuped as he cried. Why do you want me? He sobbed, as Katsuki looked shocked. I'm dirty. I'm broken. I'm a 𝗧𝗵𝗲 25, don't you dare finish that. Katsuki growled before Izuku could continue to degrade himself. Izuku. I love you. I think you're perfect. I'll prove it to you every day. And I know. Katsuki ran his thumb under Izuku's bruised eye, noticing how Izuku flinched from the touch. This may be too much to ask. But I want you to really live with me. I do want to be your alpha. I never want to lose you again. Especially to a 𝗵𝗃𝗍 who doesn't even value you. Izuku cried harder at his words. I should have killed him, you know. He hurt you so. Izuku kissed him. He wrapped his arms around his neck. His lips slightly salty from the tears, but that didn't stop Katsuki from kissing him back. He pulled the Omega's body impossibly closer to him. His large arms wrapped around Izuku's body tenderly, afraid to hurt him. It wasn't a heated kiss, and didn't seem like it was going to be leading to something more, but one that simply conveyed how much love and passion the two had for each other. 3 Izuku pulled away, his cheeks rosy. You're amazing, Kaken. He cried tears of happiness, as Katsuki just hugged the smaller boy in his lap. Eventually, Izuku was fast asleep, and Katsuki laid him comfortably on the couch. He went to the kitchen, where he found the mates and their daughter eating some leftovers he had. Is Aizu okay? Maya asked, crumbs all over her face. He's sleeping. But he will be. Katsuki smiled before leaning against the counter. Do you want to go watch him for me, little alpha? I have to speak to your parents really quickly. 5 Of course. Maya jumped up and gave them a thumbs up, and ran to Izuku's side. She's so great. Katsuki smiled at her parents fondly. I didn't know you guys knew Deku. Yeah. Mina's voice trailed off. He actually tried robbing my apartment. That's how we met. It was no wonder Mina had had an apartment at such a young age. Her parents kicked her out for presenting a lesbian, and when she introduced them to Okiko, all hell broke loose. Katsuki vaguely remembers her showing up to school in tattered clothing and bruises. Even though she ended up getting adopted, she still remained in her apartment. He was living on the streets, and I guess he thought no one was home at the time. I was sleeping in my room, but I guess he never checked that. I heard the shower on, and the stove on. Of course, I assumed it was Okiko, but when I saw him I almost attacked him. I'm glad I didn't though. He looked horrible, Katsuki. Like, he was so thin and covered in dirt and just beat the hell up. I was still pretty spooked, but I let him do him. He lived with me for a bit. And I loved it. He was terrified of course, but he warmed up to me eventually. I was devastated when we went and lived with Shoto. He never explained that 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗏 was hurting him like that. I knew I got bad vibes from him. For Katsuki frowned as he thought of Deku suffering on the streets. He growled at the mention of the other alpha. You know. Okiko's voice trailed off as she looked down. When we met, he said that he had gotten. You know. And it happened during one of his heats. He said after that, he's been raped a few more times. Her voice was so little. She looked up with teary eyes. We begged him not to join the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 job. We did it because we were young living in an apartment. We needed the money. But Izuku, he felt so horrible living there and not contributing. We always make sure no one touches him. He has nightmares, cat. It's so hard on him. But regardless, he smiles. I care about him so much, we care about him so much. Katsuki grabbed the two and hugged them. The 𝗵𝗃 and Omega were caught off guard. Katsuki never really did this, was the complete opposite of his explosive personality. Thank you. He hugged them tighter as the girls hugged him back. For keeping him safe. He pulled away and walked to the kitchen drawer. He opened his miscellaneous drawer and pulled out a checkbook. I'll buy you guys a home, and I'll give you some money, and if you two are interested, you can even work at my job. He handed them a check with a large sum of money. 3 what? Mina exclaimed. Katsuki, we can't accept that. Okako waved her hands in front of drastically. We didn't do any of that for something in return. 12 I know. You guys did it because you care for Izuku. And words can't explain how grateful I am for you two. We were friends back then, and you guys now took care of my Omega. I want to keep you guys safe as well. Maya needs her mothers, and if that asshat decides to show up to you guys' workplace and causes trouble, it wouldn't end good. You guys can pick the house out, I'll pay for it in full. Please accept this. Well, if you guys don't, I'll pick one out anyways. Katsuki smirked, causing Mina to smack his arm and Okako to laugh. One come on, Bakubabe. Mina groaned, as she hugged him. I thank you for helping us. One I should be the one thanking you guys. And don't worry, he glanced at the brunette. I'll take care of Deku. One Okako smiled. You better. Over the next couple of weeks everything was content. Izuku was living with Katsuki, and Izuku felt so comfortable around the alpha. Mina, Okako, and Maya ended up moving out of their apartment and into their new house, even though they didn't want to accept Katsuki's massive gifts. They even started working for his designer company. Whenever Izuku was ready, he also had a job position waiting for him, but for now Katsuki wanted Izuku to rest up. His body was almost completely healed. Izuku stopped flinching around Katsuki as well. Whenever he had a bad dream, Katsuki allowed him to sleep in his bed, instead of the guest room Izuku inhabited. Katsuki insisted in putting Izuku in a guest room because he didn't want Izuku to feel forced to sleep and share the same space as him. Though he insisted worst-case scenario, his doors were open. He wanted the Omega as comfortable as possible. Katsuki was currently in his at-home office finishing his fall designs. A big runway show was coming up, and he wanted to make sure all his clothing were done. He put his glasses on, and began using the sewing machine. He had pretty good vision already, but with the glasses he'd make sure no mistake would be unresolved. Suddenly a knock was heard at his door, a smile making its way to his face. Katsuki was definitely showing his softer emotions because of the Omega. He liked it. Come in. He turned off the machine as Izuku poked his head in the office. You can come all the way in if you want. Izuku didn't really like bothering Katsuki as he worked, so he never went into his office. He blushed, and made his way in the office. Kaken. Izuku walked over to the ash blonde, hiding something behind his back. Yes. His eyes never leaving Izuku, as he brought out some cookies. Katsuki ped his eyebrow up. What dash, I made these for you. You haven't eaten today. Izuku looked at the cookies, and frowned. Though you don't eat sweet stuff. This was a bad idea. I'm sorry. Izuku muttered sadly. Katsuki just looked at the Omega and grabbed his wrist, startling him. His crimson eyes bored into Izuku's emerald ones, as he brought Izuku's wrist to his mouth, taking a bite out of the cookie. Izuku's face was redder than he thought possible. They're great. It's true that Katsuki tried to stay away from the sweet things, but he'd be willing to eat it since Izuku took his time to make them for him. Thank you, baby. Did you eat anything? Izuku slowly shook his head no. I'll make you something. No, Kaken, You're working. I don't need to eat right now. I'll get something later. But it was no use, as Katsuki stood up and held Izuku's other hand as they walked into the kitchen. He took another bite of the cookie, before setting them down, and looking in the fridge for ingredients to cook. Do you still like katsudon? Izuku nodded, and Katsuki smiled again. I'll make that for you. And soon, he began to work. As Katsuki cooked, Izuku watched him intensely. He was happy here. Katsuki was treating him so well, he felt comfortable around him. He never asked for Izuku to do something he wasn't comfortable doing, nor did he take anything by force. Even when Katsuki's rut came back around, he called Mina and asked if Izuku could stay with them, which was okay with her of course. Katsuki made him feel things he couldn't explain, but it made his heart beat in his chest rapidly. He didn't want this feeling to go away. As Katsuki sat the food down, Izuku abruptly stood up. Deku. He was caught off guard, as Izuku wrapped his arms around the alpha's neck and kissed him. Katsuki slipped his arms around his waist and kissed back and pulled Izuku's body against his own, causing a 𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗵 out of Izuku. He pulled away from the kiss, and looked at the red Omega. See. Can we kiss again? Izuku was breathing, as Katsuki picked him up, his large hands holding his butt, as Izuku wrapped his legs around Katsuki's torso. Katsuki sat on the couch, having Izuku sit on his lap and once again kissed the Omega. Izuku kissed back, as Katsuki slipped his tongue into his mouth. Izuku 𝗵𝗲𝗄 as he began grinding against Katsuki, causing him to grunt in return. Izuku's hands making their way to Katsuki's hair and slightly tugging on it. He began grinding on Katsuki more aggressively, as he felt Katsuki's 𝗬𝗏𝗏 pressing against his butt. 𝗕𝗁𝗁 Katsuki pulled away from the kiss, and looked at the trembling Omega in his arms. His eyes were half-lidded, his scent sweet, and Katsuki could feel the slick coming out of him. Izuku was in heat. And not a triggered one, either. He could feel his breaths getting tighter, but he didn't want to have sex with Izuku. He didn't want to take advantage of his body, especially while he was in heat. Though, he also didn't want Izuku to suffer. He'd help him without having sex with Izuku, even though he wanted nothing more than to ravish him. Alpha please Izuku 𝗵𝗏𝗏 and began taking off his own shirt. Don't you want to? Aren't I a good Omega? His emerald orbs began to gather tears. He didn't realize that Katsuki was holding back. The only thoughts going through his head was that his alpha didn't find him appealing anymore. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's hand, and placed it on his hardened PP. Deku, this is what you thing do to me. The Omega blushed, his mouth agape. I do want to move forward, but not yet. I can wait. This is all about you. Let me take care of my Omega. He began kissing Izuku once more, sliding his tongue into his mouth. Izuku 𝗵𝗏𝗏 tugged on Katsuki's shirt. We don't have to have secretary. But I don't want to be the only one undressed. His voice little, as he watched Katsuki smirk at him and take off his clothes. Izuku proceeded to take off the remainder of his clothes. Katsuki was left in his boxers, as he began kissing Izuku's neck, leaving hickeys on his pale skin. Katsuki began kissing down Izuku's chest, taking one of Izuku's pink nipples in his mouth. Izuku 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏 as he felt his alpha's tongue swirling around the sensitive area. 𝗕𝗁𝗁, more please. Katsuki's sharp teeth slightly tugging on the hardened NPL, as his large hands made its way to Izuku's boxers. In a swift movement, Izuku's member was out in the open, hard and leaking precum, as slick leaked out of him. Katsuki's eyes never leaving Izuku's face, as his hand began pumping Izuku's hardened PP. Alpha Izuku 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏, and Katsuki smashed his lips onto his. Saliva began dripping down Izuku's chin as he moved into Katsuki's hand. 𝗕𝗁𝗁 why you'll let me come? Izuku asked, as his breathing became more ragged. Baby, yes. Katsuki's voice was husky, as he stopped giving Izuku a HNDJB. Izuku whined, but threw his head back, as he felt Katsuki's member touching his own, and Katsuki began grinding them together. Izuku's bare back against Katsuki's chest, as 𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗏𝗏 and grunts filled the air. Katsuki's grabbed both their PPS in one hand, and jerked them at a fast pace. Izuku never has been helped in his heat, and although touching himself was amazing, having Katsuki pleasure him to this extent was too much. Izuku arched his back, and threw his head on Katsuki's shoulder as a hard orgasm ran through his body. Milky cum shot out of his member, and Katsuki was glad to have seen it up close. A few more strokes, and Katsuki shortly followed Izuku, as cum shot onto his hand. Heavy breathing was the only thing that could be heard from the two as Izuku grabbed Katsuki's wrist. He grabbed Katsuki's cum-covered hand, as brought it to his mouth. He turned his head slightly so Katsuki could see as Izuku's tongue licked the cum off his hand. F. Deku. Katsuki growled as Izuku smirked slightly. The Omega in his arms turned so that he was facing him again, the two looking into each other's eyes. Izuku kissed Katsuki, and Izuku didn't hesitate to stick his tongue in Katsuki's mouth. Katsuki tasted the bitterness of the cum, but didn't stop as Izuku ran his small hands down Katsuki's back. He pulled away and whined, as another wave hit him. Another one, here. Oh, you're going to be the fing death of me. To say it wasn't hard to have sex with Izuku was an understatement. From his tantalizing smell to his MMMMS, down to how Izuku even looked at Katsuki, the amount of self-restraint Katsuki had to summon was out of this world. Katsuki stood there in the shower, as cold water ran down his back, and he jerked himself off. He had just finished helping Izuku with the last wave of his heat, and it was just too artsy for Katsuki. Images of Izuku's flushed face and SNSL body ran through Katsuki's head, and after a few more strokes, he came with a shaky breath. He cleaned up and got out the shower, the cold air hitting him. He walked into his bedroom and saw Izuku still sleeping there. His waves drained him, so most times, Izuku was sleeping after a wave. Katsuki also noticed that Izuku would prefer to sleep in the alpha's room rather than his own. Not that Katsuki was complaining, of course. He got dressed quietly, hoping to not wake the exhausted Omega, and made his way to the kitchen. Katsuki decided to make Izuku breakfast, and pancakes seemed to be the perfect idea. As Katsuki hummed a song and finished up breakfast, he heard a knock at his door. He frowned, as he wasn't expecting company. He walked to the door apprehensively, and as he looked out the peephole, he sighed. It was only these extras. He repressed a small chuckle, and opened the door to see Kirishima, Zero, and Kamimari standing there with smiles all on their faces. "What do you extras think what?" he asked with no malicious tone, as he let them into his house. "Yo, Bakubro," the red-headed alpha said, as he wrapped an arm around Katsuki's shoulder. "Long time no see, dude. Thought you were dead, knowing you'd probably be overworking yourself at your job." Katsuki just grunted in response. "Hey, did you make breakfast or something? It smells great," Kaminari stated, the Omega's yellow eyes searching for the source of the food. "Watch it, man," Zero joked, the beta nudging Kaminari. "Kiri is your alpha. Don't go complimenting other alphas." Both Katsuki and Kirishima rolled their eyes. "My Omega is here," Katsuki simply answered, all three of his friends freezing at his words. "What, Kaken?" a timid voice said from the other side of the room. The friends looked over to see Izuku standing there awkwardly. He wore one of Katsuki's shirts, as he rubbed his eyes tiredly. "Who are they?" "What?" Kaminari exclaimed, and rushed to Izuku's side. The green-haired Omega took a step back startled. "Katsuki is adorable. Hey, I'm sorry if I scared you. I'm Kaminari. I'm an Omega too." He excitedly pointed back at Kirishima. "That's Kirishima, he's my alpha." After Kirishima's sheepish wave, he pointed at Zero. "And that Zero, he's one of my best buds. He's a beta. Sorry for showing up unannounced, we went to high school with Mr. Hot-Headed over. Watch it, dunce face. And back the hell off." Katsuki huffed as he walked over to Izuku and hugged him. "Hey, did you sleep okay?" His voice was gentle, surprising to his friends. Izuku nodded, and Katsuki tucked one of his curls behind his ear. "Good. Do you mind if they stay for a bit? If not, I'll kick their buttes out." No, it's okay." Izuku smiled, and faced the friends once more. "It's nice to meet you all, I'm Izuku. And Kaminari, was it?" Kaminari nodded his head and gave a thumbs up. You're an Omega, right? Yep. Kaminari blushed, scratching his head bashfully. See. Can I talk to you in private? Izuku mumbled, his cheeks red. Katsuki looked at him quizzically. I have some questions about Omega things, but I can't ask Okiko. That's mortifying. You know Uraraka? Kaminari asked excitedly. I haven't seen her in so long. But of course we can talk. Izuku grabbed his hand and made his way to his own bedroom with Kaminari. Katsuki, you should make extra breakfast. Kaminari called out. No way, you 𝗕𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗔𝗓. Katsuki shouted back. Please, Kakin. Izuku pleaded, as he disappeared in the room. Katsuki sighed, and began making more pancakes for his friends. Kirishima and Shiro looked at Katsuki smugly, and Katsuki glared back as they made small talk waiting for the Omegas to return. So, where did you meet Izuku at? He seems way too kind for you. Shiro asked, as he handed Katsuki plates for the rest of the breakfast. Since the four of them, not including Mina, were always together, they knew where everything was in each other's houses. He's a childhood friend. And yeah, he thing is. Which reminds me, Katsuki looked over at the hallways, not seeing Izuku or Kaminari on their way back. He was been through hell. I know you asshats like to joke and F around, but Deku is still in the process of recovering from that. Don't say anything dumb, or I'll beat your butts. Fair enough. They knew not to ask questions. Katsuki would tell them whenever he was ready. You know we should get the 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧𝗏 back together. I know Mina is a mother now, but how long has it been? 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧𝗏. Izuku asked as he walked back into the kitchen and sat with Kaminari. Kaminari grabbed his hand, and began rubbing his wrist against Izuku's wrist. Babe, leave Izuku alone. Kirishima laughed nervously, not sure how to respond to the two Omegas scenting each other. It's what Omegas do, Kiri. Shiro stated, as he began drowning his pancakes in syrup. It's actually not that uncommon. They do it for protection, comfort, all that good stuff. Here. Cool, I think. Anyways, Kirishima grinned. The 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧𝗏 was the four of us plus Mina and we were always together. Even though Bakubro was a butt, everyone knew we were pretty amazing. Like a posse? Izuku asked, titling his head to the side. You had a posse named after you, Kakin? Izuku giggled, and Katsuki sighed. I have no clue who came up with that horrible name. Katsuki was enjoying his friends and Izuku were getting along really well. He was slightly curious about what Kaminari and Izuku spoke about, but since Izuku said it was Omega stuff, he wasn't going to pry. You didn't include 𝗔𝗓, you know. Kaminari smiled, and the others glared at him. He shrank down in his seat, averting their eyes. And not that we needed to have her there. I was just saying that because she was part of the squad. Before anyone could say anything he burst out crying, and left them sitting there stunned. Denki. Izuku glared at them, his emerald eyes full of concern for the other Omega, before following him to comfort him. The two alphas and the beta sat there looking at their friend's now empty spot before Kirishima eventually spoke up. His 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧𝗏. Katsuki and Shiro snapped their head in Kirishima's direction, eyes wide with disbelief. Dude, what the F? Shiro yelled, as a smile came on his face. Congrats, man. 𝗕𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧𝗏. You're about to be a father. Katsuki slapped his shoulder and smiled at him. Though, I guess I should tell Izuku about 𝗔𝗓. And I'm sure that dunce face didn't mean any harm. He sighed and got up, the other two following suit. They noticed Izuku's door open, and walked in. Izuku was holding a crying Kaminari in his arms, as he ran his hair through his blonde hair. In that instant, Katsuki's heart swelled. Izuku's aura seemed so motherly. It made the thought of pups crossing his mind, but he pushed to the back for now. We're sorry, Denks. Kirishima spoke up, crouching in front of his Omega, and looked at Izuku before gaining a slight nod, as he caressed Denki's teary cheeks. We didn't mean to react like that. It's just. 𝗔𝗓 is my ex, Katsuki stated, as he looked at Izuku. We were kinda serious too, had planned for kids and mating and all that dumb shit. She went a little crazy, when I started losing feelings. So, it's kinda a sour thing to talk about. Katsuki's crimson eyes searched Izuku's eyes for any anger, but shockingly didn't find any. Did you expect me to be upset? Izuku left Kaminari's side as he stood in front of Katsuki, pouting. I'm not. For crying out loud, I was with a man who beat me and took advantage of me, so why would I be mad at you for being in a relationship prior to me? He shook his head disapprovingly, the words shocking the friend group. I'm more mad at you guys for making Denki feel bad for saying something. His 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗃, you know. His sensitive. Wait, dunce face, you told Izuku before you told us. Katsuki wasn't mad. Omegas were normally pretty comfortable about that topic, so all Katsuki could do was fake anger. And no. He figured it out. Kaminari's eyes still looked everywhere but the friend group. His hormones completely out of his control. Before anyone could utter another apology, Izuku sat back on the bed and pulled Denki in his lap. The two alphas watched with wide eyes as Izuku began rubbing their scent glands together. A blush crept over Kaminari's cheeks as his eyes drooped and he began to calm down. The three friends all glanced at each other, not sure how to react to the situation, when suddenly a faint knock was heard at the door. Who is it this? Fing time. Katsuki snapped, his eyes not leaving the Omegas. I'll get it. Zero offered, wanting to be away from the suddenly NTMT moment. He walked away and opened the door, and a loud squeal was heard from the living room. Izuku stopped scenting Kaminari, and Katsuki and Kirishima just stood there stunned. Footsteps could be heard running to the bedroom, and Maya walked in. Suki! Aizu! She called out, before looking at everyone in the room. Yay! My uncles are here too. Uncle Kiri, Uncle Kami. She excitedly ran and hugged everyone, her energy making everyone smile. She looked at Kaminari still on Izuku's lap. Weya! Are you two boyfriends now? Her words making Kaminari giggle. Yes, we are. Kaminari pulled Izuku into a tight hug, as Izuku laughed and the alphas groaned. Maya, what are you doing? Mina and Uraraka walked in, everyone excited to see everyone. Smiles and hugs were exchanged. Everyone moved to the kitchen once more and ate breakfast together. Mina and Uraraka watched Izuku as he smiled. The mates held hands, and tears pricked their eyes. Izuku looked happy. Genuinely happy. And it was something everyone wanted for him. Izuku sat at home alone, watching some TV. He was honestly bored out of his mind, he just wanted Katsuki to come back home so they can cuddle and spend time together. He glanced at his phone, only seeing a text from Kaminari as the two Omegas grew closer. He was even added to a group chat with just Okiko and Kaminari, because the three of them were really comfortable with each other. Kami Yellow Heart, hey, Aizu. If you want, I can start to send the links for you now. Let me know, TTYL. Izuku had spoke to Kaminari about pups. He knows it's way too early for him and Katsuki to start thinking about them, and he could have asked Okiko, but she didn't have a 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗃𝗏. Kaminari was legit in the middle of going through one, so Izuku was experiencing and witnessing everything Kaminari feels. It made his heart swell, the thought of having his own pups one day. It was something that he's always wanted, and he felt as though Katsuki was the person for him. His phone chimed again and it was Kaminari sending links for what to expect during 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗃𝗏. Male Omegas had slightly different symptoms to female 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗃𝗏. He knew Izuku was not ready for them at the moment, but he knew how badly Izuku wants a family. Just as Izuku was about to respond to the text, he heard a knock at the door. He looked at the time, not sure when Katsuki would be home. His hours were flexible since it was his family's company. He racked his head of people who would show up at the door, as he looked through the peephole. His eyes widened, and he took a step back, shakily. Shoto stood there, glaring at the door. I can smell you, Izuku. Shoto called out, as Izuku ran from the door. He grabbed his phone, and looked for a hiding spot. Distress pheromones were pouring out of him, as tears pricked his eyes. He dialed Katsuki's number, as he buried himself as far as he could into the closet, using the clothes to cover himself. He held his breath, as he heard the door being kicked down, and he heard the voice of Katsuki's voicemail. 24 please, Kaken. Please. He called again, his heart beating so fast it started to hurt. He didn't want anything to do with Shoto. He may have been with Katsuki a short amount of time, but Katsuki has done nothing but show him what it was like to be loved and cared for. He didn't want to be violated again. After Katsuki didn't answer again, Izuku began to fear the worst. He heard Shoto spewing threats as he came closer to the room and suddenly called Kaminari. He should answer and hopefully help Izuku. On the third ring, Kaminari's cheery voice could be heard on the other line. Hey, Aizu. How are, Kaminari? Izuku cried out, his voice breaking into sobs. Please get help. Shoto's here. I need help please. Izuku was cut short, as the closet door was ripped open, and Shoto stood there snarling. Found you, Omega. Shoto yanked Izuku off the ground, causing him to drop his phone. Let's get this over with. Shoto, please. Izuku cried and thrashed around, in an attempt to break free from the alpha's grasp. Please stop. Who the hell do you think you are, running off with some poor excuse of an alpha? I own you, you hear me? Shoto screamed as he stepped on Izuku, his cries getting ignored. You think that alpha actually gives a f about you? You're just needed for when he need to get a load off, you worthless piece of it. Izuku laid in the fetal position, as Shoto hit him endlessly. BLD began gathering in his mouth, as new bruises began forming. Oh how I missed you. You always were the best Omega I've had. Shoto smiled as he began unbuttoning his breathes. Izuku looked up and cried harder. Please, Shoto. Please stop. I don't want this. Izuku's voice was broken, as he made a poor attempt to crawl away. You don't have a choice. 37 Katsuki sat in the meeting room with his parents. They were discussing the new designs Katsuki had made and how it would sell in stores. Quite frankly, Katsuki was bored out of his mind, just wanting to be done with this meeting and go home and spend time with Izuku. Suddenly he heard his phone vibrate in his pocket, and he went and was about to look at it when his mother cleared her throat. She held her hand out, just like she used to do when he was a child, and he reluctantly placed his phone in her hand. As the meeting went on, his phone rang again, and as he was about to suggest he should just answer it, his mother silenced it again. He sighed and just sat in the meeting, as a bad feeling began gnawing at the back of his head. Just then, the doors burst open and Mina ran in, out of breath. She looked at Katsuki and walked up to him, ignoring his parents telling her to leave, and she slapped him. Why the F are you ignoring your calls? Katsuki held his cheek as he looked at her incredulously. My mother has my phone. And besides Mina, you're working with me, there's no need to call me and slap me because I don't answer. It was Izuku, dumbass. Mina shouted, causing Katsuki to ignore his stinging cheek, and stood up immediately. That bestiality Shoto showed up to your house. He's there with Izuku and... Her voice trailed off, as Katsuki walking past her. Kaminari called me. He heard everything. Kirishima and Zero are on their way and the cops were called. She ran after Katsuki, and soon they were at the parking lot. Katsuki didn't take his car, because Okako was already in hers, waiting for the two. Hurry up. Katsuki growled, his alpha losing rationality. He can't believe that bestiality went and had the audacity to show up to his house. Izuku was probably there suffering again, and here he was stuck at work and couldn't answer the calls because his mother didn't want him to. He felt like he failed as an alpha. The ride to Katsuki's house to be quicker than usual, and as the trio pulled up, so did Kirishima and Zero. The cops weren't here yet, but they didn't plan on waiting for them. They all noticed Katsuki's door kicked in, and Katsuki was the first one running in the house. The minute he stepped in, he could smell the distress and lust pheromones. Each step felt like time was slowing down, and once he finally reached Izuku's bedroom, he snapped. One Shoto was there, with Izuku's legs thrown over his shoulders as he fed him. Izuku's clothes were torn, and he was covered in bruises, his eyes shut from passing out. Tear streaks ran down his cheeks, and his arms laid limp on the floor. Bite marks and claw marks were all over his body. Shoto grabbed Izuku's still face and kissed his lips, though Izuku was unresponsive. Just as Shoto was about to 𝗬𝗑𝗁𝐻 positions, Katsuki went over there and yanked him off of Izuku. Shoto grunted as Katsuki began wailing on him. He punched, bit, clawed anywhere that was accessible for him. Shoto didn't have time to recover from the last hit, because the next one was being thrown. As Katsuki pump-led Shoto's face, the others walked in and saw the state of everything. Mina and Okiko covered up Izuku in a nearby blanket, and 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗕𝗁𝗏 attempted to take Katsuki off of the now brutally beaten Shoto. His face now almost unrecognizable, and Katsuki was such in a feral state, he didn't realize the damage he was doing. "Bakugo, stop it!" 𝗧𝗏 called out, trying to avoid the wrath of the alpha. He already managed to get punched in the face, and 𝗕𝗁𝗏 as well. "You're going to kill him." Although 𝗧𝗏 understood why Katsuki wanted to kill Shoto. Seeing as if 𝗧𝗏 saw his partner in the state Izuku was in, he'd go batshit crazy too. The poor Omega was horribly beaten, and just had got raped again. Izuku wasn't even 𝗧𝗏's Omega, nor had he known Izuku that long, but he could tell Izuku was one of the kindest people he's met. "Back the F off!" Katsuki roared, his heart rate through the roof. All he could see was red, as he ignored the stinging in his hands. His knuckles were split open, his eyes dilated. But it wasn't enough for him. "Bakugo, it's Izuku. Please stop. The cops are here, please." Okiko cried, the ash blonde swiveling his head towards her. "He's bad, Bakugo." Her voice was a whisper, as he took a step away from the barely conscious Shoto. "Watch him. Don't let this beach get away." He looked at 𝗕𝗁𝗏 and 𝗧𝗏 with undirected malice, and went to check on Izuku. He heard the sirens in the distance, and his hate steadily turned into guilt. Mina and Okiko managed to put Izuku on his bed. The Omega looked pale, still unconscious. Katsuki sat on the mattress, and held Izuku in his arms. He put his head on Izuku's chest and heard a faint heartbeat, but it sounded so small. "Deku! Baby, wake up!" Katsuki's voice cracked, as the cops walked in the door. They put Shoto in cuffs, and had paramedics take him away in one truck, and put Izuku in a stretcher and put him in another. Katsuki sat in the truck with him, and the others said they'll meet them at the hospital. As the paramedics checked on his vitals, Katsuki could only stare at Izuku with regret. He never thought that Shoto would take it a step further and show up to the house. He should have taken more precaution. He lowered his head, and grabbed onto Izuku's limp hand and cried. His frustration, his regret, his guilt, everything coming to the surface at once. His job was supposed to protect and provide a safe haven for his Omega, the person he's loved and cared for all his life. But he couldn't even do that properly. Izuku has always played a major part in Katsuki being where he is at in his life, and now that he had managed to get Izuku back in his life, he wanted to repay the debt to him. He wanted to make up for the years of neglect and abuse Izuku had to go through. He wanted to make up for the bullying and mistreatment Izuku suffered because of him. He simply wanted Izuku to feel happy. But he couldn't help him. He couldn't protect him. And that was the most painful thing Katsuki's ever had to experience, not being able to protect his mate not once but twice. When Izuku wakes up again, Katsuki wasn't sure what to do. He was going to take a leave from work, that was certain. He was going to make sure his Omega was okay, and he could care less about the job. Izuku's life mattered more than that job, and he'd do anything to help him. Katsuki held on tighter to Izuku's hand and brought it to his lips, before kissing it gingerly. "I swear on my life, Deku. I'll protect you if it's the last thing I do. Never again. Never again." Katsuki, Mina, Okiko, and everyone else sat in the waiting room. The doctors wouldn't let them be in the room, as they made sure Izuku was okay, and the others had to hold down Katsuki to prevent him from attacking them. Shoto was arrested, and the police asked everyone for their statements. Kaminari had to go to the police station, since he was the one who was on the phone and heard everything. Once the cops dropped him off at the hospital, he refused to let go of 𝗕𝗁𝗏. His body shaky, and eyes red from crying. Hearing Izuku begging and pleading for Shoto to stop, while he couldn't rush over there and help him, made Kaminari's heart break. 𝗬𝗏 looked around the hospital waiting room, and once he saw it was just them, minus the nurses, he pulled out some marijuana, and rolled it up. He took out his lighter and began smoking, the smell of weed lingering in the air. Everyone knew 𝗧𝗪 had picked up the habit of smoking when his old mate 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝗧 was killed in a cross-shooting. It made him depressed and really anxious, but over time he came to accept what happened. But the unhealthy habit of smoking still remained, and soon he wants to try dating again. But seeing Izuku in that state triggered his anxiety, and watching one of his closest friends lose his sanity reminded him of what it was like losing someone who meant the world to him. 29. I didn't mean to hit you guys. Katsuki suddenly spoke up, his eyes not leaving the tile floor. His leg bounced, and his knuckles bandaged up by one of the nurses. We know, Bakubro. We know. Kirishima answered, patting Katsuki's leg lightly. He couldn't picture seeing what happened to Izuku happening to Kaminari. He'd probably go ballistic, tearing and killing anyone in his path, just as Katsuki attempted to do. Kirishima wasn't even the violent person, in that sort, but even beginning to think of Izuku like that made a sour scent roll off of him. He knew how much Katsuki loved him. He knew how kind and gentle Izuku was, so seeing he suffered like this was unfathomable to him. It's very understandable. Are you guys here for Izuku Midoriya? A doctor asked. The question alone sent Katsuki straight to his feet. Is my mate Fing okay? Katsuki asked, his heart beginning to beat faster as the thought of something tragic happened. He's awake. Katsuki walked past the doctor, but suddenly the doctor grabbed his arm, preventing him from continuing forward. What the foo, he isn't talking. He's out of it. He's going to need to see a therapist, or probably even need to be prescribed medication. He looks lifeless. The doctor let go of Katsuki's arm, and the others stood up to walk into the room as well. Don't overwhelm him. He won't be able to leave tonight, due to the massive amount of BLD loss. But hopefully in a few days, all should be well. A psychiatrist should be in there shortly. And with that the doctor left, which indicated it was a good time for the friend group to walk into the room. 8. Katsuki walked in first, and his heart dropped. 1. Izuku sat up straight covered in bandages. One of his legs in a cast. His emerald eyes bore out the hospital window, ignoring the presence of his friends in the room. Tubes with all sort of medicines were hooked up to 𝗵𝗃 and a BLD infusion was in his other arm. He finally looked at the friend group, his eyes void of anything before forcing a smile. 4. I'm sorry for wasting you guys' time. Izuku spoke, his voice little. You should all be working or something. Not here. 1. Izuku. Okako cried, as her and Kaminari ran to the bed. They didn't want to risk putting their body weight on him, so they just leaned on the bed and cried. I love you so much. Izuku just stared at them, before looking away. Yeah, I guess. It was heartbreaking to see, no doubt about it. Guys, why don't we give them a second? Kirishima offered, as he looked at Katsuki with sympathy. The other friends walked out the room, shutting the door behind them. Katsuki walked up to Izuku, and sat on the bed with him. Deku. I'm fine, Kaken. Izuku said, not even bothering to look at him. 3. No you're not. Deku, please look at me. Katsuki was speaking in a small voice, his eyes beginning to sting with tears. I don't wanna. Izuku looked down, his body starting to shake a bit. Because if I do, you'll realize you don't want me anymore. Why? Why didn't you answer the phone? 1. My Fing mother has it. I don't even have it right now. I would have answered it with no problem if I knew you were calling. Izuku. Katsuki placed his thumb under Izuku's chin and made him look at him. I'll never not want you. You're everything I've ever wanted. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I failed as an alpha. Tears were streaming down both their faces at this point. I couldn't Fing protect you again. Katsuki pulled Izuku into a hug, and Izuku hugged back. It's okay, it's not okay. Katsuki was trying to hold it together for Izuku. He needed to. But it was hard to see the dull look in Izuku's eyes, when he knows how appealing they can shine. Izuku, it happened again. And I wasn't there to Fing protect you. Kaken. Izuku muttered before looking to the side. I don't blame you, so please stop blaming yourself. I just... His voice trailed off. I want to go home and be with you. I know that's selfish because you have work and all that. But I just want to be with you. I don't want you to not want me anymore. Katsuki hugged Izuku. Izuku was going backwards, only thinking negatively of himself, and shutting down. Katsuki didn't want that at all. That won't happen, Izuku. I promise. A timid knock was heard at the door, and the psychiatrist walked in. She held a warm smile, and walked to the bed apprehensively. Hello. Are you Izuku Midoriya? As Izuku nodded slowly, she grabbed a chair from the other side of the room. I'm Dr. Yasuki, and I'll be helping you today. Are you his mate? Before Katsuki could even answer, Izuku was nodding his head vigorously. Yes, that's my mate. Bakugo Katsuki. Both the doctor and Katsuki smiled. That's great to hear. Let's get started then, shall we? I don't want to keep you two up. 6. It was hell getting readjusted back at home. Katsuki ended up deciding to move, much against Izuku's wishes. He hated that Katsuki was willing to change everything he had grown accustomed to, for Izuku. That alone made Izuku want to disappear, but Katsuki reassured him that he would do anything for him and to not worry about it. After the move, Izuku didn't want his own room anymore. He had the constant fear that Shoto was going to come back and violate him in his own space again. Katsuki, of course, wasn't bothered by it. In fact, he liked sleeping in the same space with Izuku. He felt like he could protect him at any time. Katsuki made sure Izuku was taking the necessary medicine and was eating all his meals. If he didn't, he was certain that Izuku would miss them on purpose. Izuku tried his hardest to not rely so much on Katsuki, but it was hard when he had days when he couldn't seem to escape his darker thoughts. But regardless of the fact, Katsuki was always gentle and understanding. Their friends were over as much as they can. Maya took it upon herself to decorate Izuku's cast with hearts, stars, anything that'll make him happy. Kaminari and Okako offered their clothes so Izuku could make a nest, since whenever something bad happened, he would trauma nest. And he never used alpha things in his nest, only things from Okako, and now Kaminari. Their respective mates didn't mind, because they knew it was something that made Izuku feel at ease and safe. 2 Kaken. Izuku mumbled one day, as the two laid in bed together. Izuku was in a really cuddly mood, and Katsuki was giving in to it. Yes. Izuku sat up, looking Katsuki in his eyes. I want to have sex with you. 72 Katsuki felt his heart drop and stared at Izuku. What? Of course he had wanted to have sex with Izuku. But it was only a couple weeks ago since the Shoto incident, and he felt Izuku is trying to force himself to do it. I want you to hold me. And become one with me. I know you can't mark me yet because I'm not on my heat. But I want you to be able to pleasure yourself. He blushed profusely. Deku, Izuku. Katsuki sat all the way up, and held his hands. I don't want to use your body like that. I keep telling you that. I know. I know. Izuku smiled, and his eyes softened. And that's why I want you to. You don't force me to do anything. And I'm not doing this because I feel obligated to. I'm offering you myself because I want to. Because I love you. He looked away. I've always loved you since middle school. Before he could continue, Katsuki was kissing him. It was Izuku's first time saying out loud that he loved Katsuki, and it made Katsuki so happy. Izuku leaned into it, and soon Katsuki's tongue slipped into Izuku's mouth. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 left Izuku's mouth as he trembled. Kissing Katsuki left him breathless. The two parted and Katsuki caressed his face. I love you too, Izuku. Very much. And he placed kisses on his cheek. If this is something you really want, I'll do it. As long as you aren't forcing yourself. Izuku nodded his head. I'm not. I promise, Katsuki. They both smiled before Katsuki laid him down gently. Good. Well then, let's get started then, shall we? Katsuki and Izuku ended up naked within minutes. 7 Izuku was being wary of his remaining injuries and his annoying cast, but Katsuki wasn't rushing anything. Izuku laid on the bed, as Katsuki ran his hands down Izuku's body tenderly, creating goosebumps along the way. His lips left marks on Izuku's body, as small 𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗲 left his lips. Are you sure you want this, Deku? I can wait, and we don't have to do anything you don't want to do. Katsuki crimson eyes bored into Izuku's emerald ones. His face so sincere and caring. I'm sure, Kaken. I trust you very much. Izuku pulled Katsuki closer to him as they shared a loving kiss. Their tongues dancing with each other. Katsuki and Izuku could smell each other's 𝗓𝗓 in the air, and it only encouraged them to move forward with their inner desires. Slick began leaking from Izuku's entrance as Katsuki's hand made its way to it. His large fingers probed the ring of muscles, and Izuku flinched. Katsuki looked at him, worry clear in his face. Izuku, please, we don't have to do this. Talk to me. For Izuku teared up. I'm terrified, Kaken. I want this. I do. But I'm scared it'll hurt again. And my heart feels like it's going to burst. Izuku grabbed Katsuki's other hand and placed it on his chest, and much to Izuku's word he could feel its rapid beat under his hand. But I meant when I said I trust you. And I do. But please. Be gentle. Baby. Katsuki's lips ghosted over Izuku's as he caressed his face. I already was. I'm going to cherish you. Before Katsuki could do anything, Izuku grabbed his hand and brought it to his own mouth. Izuku looked Katsuki in the face as he took Katsuki's large fingers and swirled his tongue around them. Izuku's cheeks were flushed red as he made sure at least 3 fingers were coated in saliva. The 𝗬𝗧𝗏 gesture made Katsuki growl in approval. When Izuku pulled them away, a string of saliva connected him and Katsuki kissed him roughly. As the pair kissed, Katsuki took his freshly coated fingers and brought them to Izuku's entrance once more. He diligently pushed one finger in, 𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗶 escaping Izuku. Their lips parted slightly as Katsuki looked at Izuku for any discomfort. You okay, baby? Katsuki's voice was husky, his PP throbbing painfully. The amount of RSNG pheromones Izuku letting out, almost becoming too much for him. But regardless, he moved at the pace he knew would help and pleasure Izuku. Kaken Izuku. He slightly moved his hips down on Katsuki's hand. Please move. I'm alright. Katsuki began moving his finger in and out of Izuku, small whines and 𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗔 escaping his lips. As he felt as though Izuku was stretched out via the one finger, he added the second one. Izuku's breath hitched and he closed his eyes blissfully. You're feeling good, Deku. Katsuki murmured, as he began leaving languorous kisses on his neck and upper shoulders, love bites littered across his pale skin. Why yes. Izuku cried out as Katsuki slowly added his third finger. Honestly, as Katsuki thought about it, Izuku didn't have to coat his fingers in saliva. His slick alone was enough to be a lubricant. He growled, as the thought of Izuku teasing him crossed his mind. Suddenly, Izuku let out a loud cry. Tears swelled in his eyes as his body began shaking. Katsuki froze momentarily before smirking. Here. He angled his fingers, and sure enough it triggered the same reaction out of Izuku. Why yes. Oh, Kaken. Izuku threw his head back on the mattress, arching his back up as he felt his 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 approaching. I'm gonna, 3 come for me, Izuku. Katsuki murmured sexily. Enjich Izuku gasped as milky. Cum shot out of his PP. Izuku laid there trying to catch his breath as Katsuki wiped the sweat off of Izuku's forehead. They shared a sloppy kiss, and as Katsuki hovered over Izuku, Izuku snaked his hand down and grabbed Katsuki's PP. A growl emitted from Katsuki's throat as Izuku began giving him a HNDJB. Do you have the Fing energy for this? Katsuki tried to keep his voice steady, but with the little spins and twist Izuku was doing with his hand, it was hard to. Why yes. Please SSWCH positions with me. Izuku asked bashfully, due to the cast still on his leg. Now Izuku sat between Katsuki's legs. And Katsuki laid on the bed. Izuku reached up and kissed Katsuki passionately, as his hand continued to 𝗕𝗓𝗪 off Katsuki. Izuku broke off the kiss much to Katsuki's dismay and he slowly began making his way in between his legs. Izuku looked up at Katsuki as he placed tender kisses on his thighs, triggering grunts and low 𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗏𝗧 out of Katsuki. As Izuku grabbed the base of Katsuki's PP, he maintained eye contact as he kissed the bulbous head of his PP. Katsuki's breathing hitched as Izuku liked the underbelly of the, before taking Katsuki's PP in his mouth. Katsuki put his hand atop of Izuku's head, and rubbed the top of his head. Such a good Omega. Treating me like this. Sking my PP so well. Those words caused a out of Izuku, seeing as though Omegas love to be praised. Seeing Izuku's head bob up and down on his PP was driving Katsuki insane. When 𝗔𝗂𝗁𝗵𝗃, the sensation went straight to Katsuki's PP and couldn't contain the that left his lips. 3. Katsuki felt his ball draw tighter, indicating he was about to come. And before he could reach his sweet release, Izuku pulled off of him. The action ticking Katsuki off, but when he saw Izuku laying back down, with his legs open for him, he smiled. I wouldn't leave you not able to come. But I want you to come inside me. Izuku said truthfully, as Katsuki aligned himself to Izuku's entrance. Izuku's legs were open, and Katsuki hovered over him once more, his arms placed next to his head. They kissed, as Katsuki pushed past Izuku's ring of muscles with his PP. Izuku gasped, and grabbed at Katsuki's big shoulders. Katsuki was an alpha, and he was by no means small. Little by little Katsuki sunk deeper and deeper into Izuku until he was completely inside of him. How are you, baby? Katsuki couldn't believe how tight Izuku was around his PP. The sensation was leaving him wanting more, but he restrained himself for Izuku, wanting Izuku to feel ready for Katsuki. Izuku was blushing furiously. His appealing eyes shed tears, and his face had the most lustful expression on it. Why you're so big? But you can move. Izuku breathed out, as Katsuki pulled out until the tip was the only thing that remained inside him. He let out a appealing as Katsuki moved back inside him. More. Keikaken. Katsuki couldn't believe this was happening. To have the Omega he's loved all his life underneath him. To hear him say he loves him. It was all so surreal to him. 7. 𝗔𝗂𝗁𝗵𝗃, and his claws were slightly digging into Katsuki's shoulders. The alpha hissed at the stinging sensation, but it made his ego swell knowing he was pleasuring his Omega. My Omega! Katsuki husked out, as Izuku nodded his head vigorously. I love you so much, my Omega. Why yours? Izuku cried out, placing messy kisses on Katsuki's cheek and jawline. When Katsuki brushed up against his 𝗕𝗓𝗍, Izuku's eyes fluttered and his body convulsed. His breathing hitched and tears of pleasure began leaving his eyes more. My alpha. Why you're my alpha? Please not me. 6. Katsuki and Izuku were close to reaching their orgasms. Katsuki's could feel Izuku tightening around his PP, and once Izuku finally reached his 𝗕𝗓𝗍𝗄, it triggered Katsuki's as well. Katsuki's knot pushed past Izuku's rim and into it. Izuku's eyes rolled back as he felt the intrusion. Cum covered Izuku's belly and now was inside of him. The mates breathing heavily as sweat caked their bodies. 2. I love you, Katsuki. Izuku breathed. His eyes were droopy, but managed to roll over to the side so Katsuki could lay next to him. With the knot still keeping them together, it proved slightly difficult, but it got done. I love you too, Izuku. So much. Katsuki just studied Izuku's face and showered him in kisses, ignoring the saltiness from the sweat. He kissed his cheeks, the bridge of his nose, everywhere but his lips. When he finally found his lips, the two shared a passionate kiss, words unable to express the gratitude and love they had for each other. Rest up, kitten. I can tell you're sleepy. When my knot deflates, I'll clean up. Katsuki said while pulling Izuku impossibly closer to him. Soon the only thing that could be heard was Izuku's light snores. Katsuki couldn't express his happiness. And he'd do anything to have this happiness for the rest of his life. Izuku finally was able to get his cast removed. His psychiatrist said he was doing better, and continued to check in with him. Katsuki just decided to work from home. His parents were okay with that, especially since he cursed his mother out. After Izuku begged him to talk to her, Mitsuki apologized and allowed Katsuki to stay home as long he wanted. Katsuki and Izuku did everything together. Although the two wasn't mated, the new sensation of being connected in that manner was still new to them. Doing such an NTMT thing with someone you really care for means the world to both of them. Both were anticipating for Izuku's heat to come, so the two could be officially bonded. 6 Deku. Katsuki called. Izuku was getting ready to take a shower, and Katsuki was just watching his appealing mate strp himself of his clothes. Can I join you? Izuku blushed and slowly nodded his head. Why yes. But hurry, please. I want to go with you. Katsuki managed to strp his clothes pretty quickly. He walked up to Izuku's naked body and held him close. Are you sure, baby? I told you my parents are okay with us being home. I know. I want to see them. It's been so long. And if I am to start working there, I want to see the building. If I get overwhelmed, then we can come back, right? Izuku asked, as the two walked towards the bathroom, hand in hand. Of course. Anything for you, baby. Katsuki ran the water and the two showered peacefully. Katsuki washed Izuku's hair, and it caused Izuku to lean into Katsuki's strong body and purr loudly. Eventually the two got out the shower and made small talk as they got dressed. Izuku dressed in a button-up and some slacks, and Katsuki following the same attire. Izuku blushed, thinking how much his career took a turn, and how much changes came with it. The thought of returning crossed his mind, to see his other old co-workers, but that's a conversation that'll be had another day. The drive to the building was quiet, yet comfortable. Katsuki could smell Izuku's distress, so he held his hand the whole time. Katsuki held Izuku's hand to his lips and kissed it gently, the gesture making Izuku smile softly. I love you, Katsuki. Izuku muttered, leaning over and kissing Katsuki's cheek. Too I know, nerd. I love you too. Once they pulled up to the familiar building, dread once again began pooling at Izuku's belly. I know you're nervous, baby. If you want, I'll turn this 𝗧𝗃 right around and we can go home. We don't have to be here. It's okay, Kakin. Izuku smiled nervously, as he closed his eyes to calm his now shaky breaths. Just what if they don't like me now? I would hate for auntie and uncle to hate me. Izuku looked down, as tears threatened to prick his eyes. I'm such a crybaby, Kakin. I'm sorry you have to deal with me. Izuku sniffled and refused to look at Katsuki's eyes. 7 Izuku, baby. Don't talk like that. Katsuki tipped Izuku's chin up, and stared at Izuku's appealing teary emerald eyes. My parents aren't assholes. They love you. After we stopped talking they constantly asked about you. They always care about you. In fact, I should warn you, my mother might smother you with hugs and kisses. Izuku laughed through his tears. I'm not dealing with you, Izuku. You're my mate. My everything. This is a journey. And a journey I'm willing to take with you, because I love you. Don't think like that, baby. Katsuki wiped Izuku's tears and kissed the corner of his lips gently, before kissing his lips gently. It's your call, kitten. Want me to turn around? 7 Izuku purred, and smiled at his mate. He couldn't believe how long he's waited for Katsuki. How much pain he's went through to call Katsuki his own. And for him, it was all worth it. No one could take Izuku from Katsuki, and vice versa. No, it's okay. Let's go in. Izuku smiled brightly, and the two got out the car holding hands. Izuku was still a nervous wreck, but at least he had his mate with him. It helped with his nerves a lot. Once the two made it into the building, Izuku couldn't stop looking at the interior designs. Big chandeliers hung from the ceilings. Expensive paintings and sculptures decorated the walls and hallways. Everyone that Izuku saw so far was dressed in professional attire, and held a certain poise and elegance to themselves. It's surreal here, Kakin. Katsuki laughed. You think so? The two eventually made it in front of 2 large black doors. They looked at each other once more, before Katsuki knocked one, and before giving it a decent amount of time, he pushed the doors open. Masaru and Mitsuki seemed to be in the middle of talking when they heard the door being opened. They both turned and looked at Katsuki, and then their eyes landed on Izuku. Izuku made eye contact with both of them before blushing madly and looking down. Hi auntie. Hi uncle. Izuku started shaking a bit, and before Katsuki could comfort his mate, Mitsuki shot up to her feet and hugged him, releasing soothing pheromones. Izuku, baby. Or, I've missed you so much. Mitsuki teared up, rocking back and forth holding the Omega. It's been so long, too long. Izuku recovered from his initial shock and hugged her back tightly. Her familiar smell of pine cones invaded his senses, and it brought back memories of his childhood. Katsuki and Izuku constantly having sleepovers and play dates while their mothers relaxed in the living room. They're constantly late-night movie watchers and playing scary video games. Then, his mother's face appeared in his mind. Her warm and loving smile. Her wonderful personality. He missed the way she hugged him and cared for him. He'd give anything to see her once more and tell her that he was okay. And to say sorry for everything. Izuku found himself crying, wailing, as Mitsuki held him close. Katsuki came close to interfere, but Masaru stopped him. Before Katsuki could curse him out, Masaru pulled him to the side. I think he's just experiencing certain things again. Maybe seeing us, after all this time triggered something. I'm not sure. The last time he saw us was when Inko was alive. Katsuki stayed silent, as he looked at his mate and mother. She managed to kneel on the floor, also now crying as she rocked Izuku back and forth. His crying seemed to have subsided, but he held onto Mitsuki tightly. He looked at her with teary eyes and she wiped his tears, kissing his cheek. I love you so much, kiddo. You're so strong, you know that. She spoke in a low voice and hugged him again. Masaru managed to walk away and grab tissues and hand them to the pair. And before he could walk back to Katsuki, Izuku shot to his feet and hugged him too. Masaru hugged him back, and Katsuki went to help his mother up to her feet, although she didn't need it. After everyone had stopped crying, everyone sat down and talked. Mitsuki had explained her deepest apologies from prohibiting Katsuki to answer the phone. She didn't know that Izuku was back in his life. Normally, Izuku would have been hurt, but has learned that Katsuki doesn't normally keep his life up to date with people and would rather show up with the newly found information unannounced. Soon, Katsuki held Izuku's hand as they walked to his space. It was spacious and Izuku noticed it was farther away from the rest of the workers. It must have been due to Katsuki not being able to handle people most days. As soon as they were about to shut the door, a rapid knocking was heard. Katsuki Momo cooed, batting her long lashes, before her eyes landed on Izuku. Who are you? 3200. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku tried to ignore the flirtatious tone in her voice, but it was a hard thing to do when she looked so pretty. Nice to meet you. Momo Yoyazu. Pleasure to meet you. She smiled, but it was something that seemed forced. Her gray eyes reflecting something more malicious. I'm going to get her some food. I'll be back, okay baby? Katsuki asked as he kissed Izuku's cheek. I'll be back Momo, don't leave. I'll send you the PDF when I come back. Izuku didn't want to say he felt uncomfortable with the girl. He didn't even know her. But the aura she was giving off seemed to be one of jealousy and Izuku didn't know how to handle it. Hurry back, please. He answered softly, nodded his head okay. Soon Katsuki left the room, and suddenly the Beta and Omega were left by themselves. Izuku sat down at Katsuki's desk, and before he could even attempt to make small talk with Momo, she glared at him. So, you're his new plaything? Momo asked, crossing her arms over her chest. The action alone made her breast protrude. If Izuku was attracted to girls, he would have definitely found himself flustered. 15 his. What? Izuku shook his head slightly. And no, I'm sorry, but he's my mate. Mate? Momo asked with anger. Although she did tell Katsuki that she hoped he found the Omega for him, she didn't think it would be that fast. She had still hoped that the two of them could fool around still before that happened. So you're an Omega? I'm guessing he's already fed you then. I mean, I'm not surprised. Omegas don't know how to keep their legs closed. 24 Izuku's eyes widened at the remarks being said by the Ravenet. Yes, people have bashed being him for being an Omega, a male one at that, but it was never this blatant. I mean, I could F him better than you ever could anyways. I know how rough he could get. Besides, she walked up to Izuku until she was face to face with him. Her eyes looked him up and down with disgust. You look so fragile. You can't keep up with him. You had sex with him. Izuku couldn't help the tears that began pooling in his eyes. Izuku knows that Katsuki had partners before the two got together. But what he didn't know was that it was one of his employees, and the two still talked and saw each other daily. Now, he's hearing how much better Momo could be, and that Katsuki liked to be rough. Izuku was scared for that right now. He couldn't give that to him at the moment. A single thought kept crossing his mind, maybe they're still seeing each other. 6 Of course. Katsuki definitely needs someone who could satisfy his needs. Not some worthless Omega like you. She sneered, and before she could say another word, the Alpha himself walked in. 5 Hey Katsuki. Don't worry about the PDF. I'll get it later. Bye-bye. Her eyes traveled back to the crying Omega. Pleasure to meet you, Izuku. She placed a kiss on Katsuki's cheek, before casting Izuku a quick glare, and then leaving the room. Katsuki huffed, before putting down the tray of breakfast he got for himself and Izuku. Don't know what that was about. Anyways, they had pancakes, and I know how much you love them, so I got. His nose smelt the anguish in the air, and his eyes landed on Izuku's shaking form. Baby! He rushed to his side, only to be pushed away from Izuku. Baby, hey, what's wrong? Izuku shouldn't be mad at Katsuki. He knew he could never satisfy the Alpha the way he wanted. Because he remembers sex as something painful for him. Although he feels himself warming up to it, he still has days where his trauma seems too much for him. The two have been together for a couple of months now, and they've only had sex one time. What kind of Omega does that to their Alpha? For baby. Katsuki couldn't figure out what made Izuku cry to this extent. Did Momo do something to him? His heart ached watching sobs shake Izuku's body. He didn't know what to do, especially since when he tried to get close to Izuku, he would push Katsuki away. In fact, the more Katsuki thought about it, he had to realize Izuku has never pushed him away. Please talk to me. Izuku looked at Katsuki's appealing crimson eyes and tried to steady his breathing. Kaken. He gulped before speaking words he never wanted to say. And maybe we should break up. Another heartbreaking sob ran through Izuku's body, as Katsuki felt his heart drop. 33 Katsuki's eyes widened and his body stiffened. What? Katsuki asked, as he tried to process what Izuku just said. What do you mean, Izuku? We shouldn't see each other anymore. Izuku cried out, standing up and leaving a kneeling Katsuki on the floor. Katsuki stood up and began walking to Izuku. I can't satisfy you. You're better being with Momo. She said you guys were seeing each other. Why leave someone like her for someone like me? Izuku buried his face in his hands, in an attempt to muffle out his cries. You like it rough, right? I can't do that. I'm terrified, because I'm scared I'll be back to when I got raped, or being forced to have secretary. I'm so worthless as your Omega, Katsuki. Shut the F up, Izuku. Listen, please. Katsuki tried to at least get near Izuku, but Izuku wouldn't let him. Izuku, please. Izuku began to walk away, and before Katsuki could run after him, he bolted into the hallway. He ran, knowing Katsuki would catch up to him, but just wanting to be away from the Alpha. He knew he was being unfair, not allowing him to talk. But Izuku couldn't breathe, his heart was beating rapidly, and black spots began clouding his vision. A massive panic attack was setting in, and he didn't know what to do. He collapsed on his knees, holding his head in his arms. He didn't know where he was at, nor if his other friends were even at work today. He began feeling lightheaded, and suddenly he found himself wishing he didn't run out of Katsuki's office. A pair of strong arms wrapped themselves around Izuku. Baby, you have to breathe. Katsuki's voice was hoarse, and Izuku felt tears fall into his shoulders. Can you do that, Izu? Remember our breathing techniques. Feeling Katsuki's strong chest on Izuku's back calmed Izuku down, and Izuku found himself steadying his breaths. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗂𝐾 released calming pheromones and pulled Izuku onto his lap. Izuku's back still on Katsuki's chest, because Izuku didn't want to face him. Katsuki's heart hammered into his chest, the fear of losing Izuku a second time heavy on his chest. He truly loves Izuku with everything in him. And he simply wants Izuku to know how true it is. Izuku, please listen to me. Katsuki begged. Yes. Me and Momo were a thing. But we ended that a while ago, before I started dating you. I would never cheat on you with anyone, I don't care who it is. It was wrong for me to continue to talk to her, but I made it clear that I was done with her. Izuku slowly turned to look at Katsuki, both of them with watery eyes. I would never ask you to do anything you don't want to do. I can't satisfy you. You like it rough, right? Izuku asked, bitterness laced in his voice. Katsuki stayed silent for a moment. I don't care what I do, as long as it's with you. I could be caring and slow. Or heartless and rough. Our relationship isn't solely off of secretary. Me and Momo's was. I want to marry you one day and bond with you. I know we've both been anticipating bonding, but we've never actually spoken about it. But it's something I do want to do with you. I want pups with you, and I know it's too soon, but it's what I see for us. Call me crazy, but I love you, Deku. 12 Izuku buried his head into Katsuki's nape, and Katsuki ran his hand through his hair. Talk to me. What did she say to you? Izuku began relaxing in Katsuki's embrace. She said you two had secretary and that she could handle you. She said that I was too fragile. And a worthless Omega, and that Omegas don't know how to keep their legs closed. She could FF you better than I could. Izuku closed his eyes, in an attempt to shut out the doubts and insecurities. Katsuki tried his hardest to remain calm, but a low growl began emitting from the base of his throat. He couldn't fathom what became of Momo in order for her to insult his Omega like that. That beach. Katsuki reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. Old hag. Send your Yazu into my office. And send someone to empty her office. She's done here. He pocketed his phone once more and picked up Izuku bridal style. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗵. Izuku didn't want someone getting fired because of him. That would add another person that would inevitably hate him. Baby. I should have been let her go. Katsuki walked into his office and sat Izuku in the chair. Sleeping with her made her think she owns the place. I'll show her that's far from true. And she should have never disrespected what's mine. Who does she think she is? Katsuki asked as he held Izuku's face in his palms. Izuku peered at him through his long lashes, his eyes puffy from the tears. His cheeks a slight red, bringing out the freckles plastered on his cheeks. I don't care what she thinks. If that was the case, I would still want her. I'd still be with her. No one ever compares to you. Not then, not now. You're far from worthless, and I don't think you're fragile at all. You're one of the strongest people I know, and that beach couldn't be any more wrong. A knock was heard, and Momo walked in with a smug look on her face. Katsuki, sweetie. I hope you finally got rid of that wretched thing you called an Omega. Her face paled when she saw Izuku still sitting at Katsuki's desk, and Katsuki walked up to her angrily. Before she could attempt to leave, he slammed the door shut, causing the beater to jump. For Keikatsuki. Momo nervously smiled, as her eyes darted from Izuku to Katsuki. What does that Omega have that I don't? 19 Your thing done here. You hear me? Katsuki's crimson eyes bore into Momo's and she whimpered in fear. You dare disrespect my mate? Yes, we fed. Yes, we were a thing. But if I still wanted to F you, I would have stayed with you. You call him worthless, you don't know half the SHT he's been through, and he's still thing better than you'll ever be. 9𝗃𝗁𝗂𝐾. Izuku was starting to feel like he was drowning in the angry pheromones Katsuki was letting out. You have some ball disrespecting him. I allow you to come into this job, and even after you treat the other workers like trash, I still allowed you to be here because I valued your work. Your work ethic means SHT to me when you're going to treat my mate and other people here like they're below you. Katsuki walked away and glared at her over the shoulder. I'm already having your office cleaned out. Get the F out of here. One by now, tears were running down Momo's face. Katsuki, please, you can't call me that anymore. Katsuki barked out, his eyes radiating his true anger. Bakugo. Please. I need this job. She flicked her wrist over at Izuku. He's not good enough for you. I was willing to leave the man I love for you, and here you are, with this thing. She crossed her arms over her chest again, her lips shaking. I'll do anything to keep my job, but you don't need him when you have me, Bakugo. 8L. Leave my mate alone. Izuku spoke up. He never liked conflict, but he couldn't lose Katsuki to someone like Momo. He told you. He's off limits and you still chase after him. How can you love another man? And want someone who doesn't even want you? Momo glared at Izuku again, before rolling her eyes. Leave me alone, you slut. 29 Katsuki punched the wall near Momo's head, causing Momo to scream and fall to the ground. She grabbed her chest, her heartbeat racing, and Katsuki kneeled next to her. His eyes were dark and full of an emotion Momo has never seen, his mouth pulled into a sneer as he grabbed Momo's face with his hand. What did you say? His voice was strained, as if trying to hold his anger back. 7 Momo stayed silent, her fear eating at her as Katsuki yanked her up to her feet. I could never want someone like you. You dare downgrade my Omega, yet here you are still wanting me after claiming you love someone. Who's the real slut here? Get the F out of my building, I won't hesitate to drag you the hell out either. 20 Immediately, Momo ran out of the office, tears running down her face. Katsuki slammed his office door, and ran his hand over his face. He knew messing with employees tended to get messy, and here's the outcome of that. Never again. Izuku timidly walked up to Katsuki and kissed his hand. Through his fit of anger, Katsuki didn't realize the bruise that began forming on his hand. Are you okay, Kakin? Smiling softly, Katsuki kissed Izuku passionately. The gesture caused Izuku to gasp, which led to Katsuki sliding his tongue into Izuku's mouth. As the two kissed, Katsuki placed his hands under Izuku's butt and lifted him up, instinctively making Izuku wrap his legs around Katsuki's waist. Placing Izuku onto Katsuki's desk, the two leaned into each other as they continued to kiss, only deciding to break apart to breathe. Kakin. Izuku blushed while breathing. His small hands rested on Katsuki's shoulders as Katsuki's large hands rested on Izuku's hips. Katsuki's thumbs made little circles on Izuku's hips. The little gesture made Izuku's heart skip a beat. I'll take that as you're okay. One much better knowing you're here with me. I hope I didn't scare you too much. Katsuki placed little kisses on Izuku's jaw, causing Izuku to whine and quietly. It's okay. It was kinda scary, but I know you wouldn't do that to me. Izuku's legs tightened around Katsuki's waist. Just try not to get that mad again. I want your health to be okay. Katsuki laughed and nodded his head. Sure, but I'm not an old man, Deku. The two laughed and smiled. The rest of the day went by pretty uneventful. Once the two made it home, they changed and laid next to each other. Katsuki's large arms wrapping themselves around Izuku's small body as light snores were the only thing that was heard. Katsuki smiled, kissing Izuku's mop of green hair. Good night, kitten. I love you so much. Why do you want to go back? Katsuki asked, as he brushed Izuku's wet hair. Katsuki insisted on taking Izuku a bath, much against Izuku's embarrassing pleads not to. Not that Izuku minded, but he felt so exposed under Katsuki's gaze. It made his stomach flutter. I just want to see the other people I used to work with. I don't want to go back to being a 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Izuku let out a low purr, as Katsuki began rubbing lotion over Izuku's body. Izuku didn't force Katsuki to do anything like this, but recently Katsuki's been pampering him. From bathing him to feeding him. It made Izuku fall even more love with Katsuki, if that was possible. I had this one friend named Asui, but she's always tells me to call her Zu. She's so kind. Then there's someone named Kendo, and she so had the hots for Zu, but sometimes Zu was so oblivious. Izuku laughed, and then stiffened when Katsuki's hands caressed his stomach. 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄𝗏 blush crept up on Izuku's cheeks, as Katsuki's tongue licked at Izuku's neck. His large hands still rubbing on Izuku's stomach. Can you see it? Katsuki's voice was low, as he licked behind Izuku's ear, causing Izuku to let out a small 𝗵𝗵𝗲𝗶. One day, we're gonna have a Fing family. You're going to be all round, and appealing, and so Fing perfect. Izuku couldn't help but smile at Katsuki's words. The two spoke about plans for the future late last night. They weren't planning on rushing anything, but just wanted to see the insight of the other's thoughts. After all, the future was an appealing yet scary thing within itself. No one knew what to expect nor what would happen. You're going to be a great father, 𝗂𝗂𝗁. Izuku placed his hands over Katsuki's. Katsuki smiled into Izuku's nape, and kissed his neck, leaving behind hickeys. 𝗵𝗵𝗲𝗶 left Izuku's plump lips, and soon Izuku turned around to face his alpha. I want kisses here too. Izuku pointed to his lips shyly, and Katsuki caressed his cheeks before kissing him slowly. For Katsuki made Izuku lay on the bed, trapping him under his large body, as Katsuki's tongue plunged into Izuku's mouth. Izuku ummed, and grabbed Katsuki's shoulders, the sensation too much for him. 𝗕𝗂𝗁. Izuku. Katsuki didn't understand why he was being so affectionate. Not that it bothered him, because the two couldn't seem to keep their hands off of each other, but it was something about Izuku's scent that seemed to draw him in. Baby, is your heat coming up? He managed to ask in between kisses. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. Izuku murmured, still feeling the sensation of Katsuki's lips on his own. Kitten, do you want to? Katsuki seemed to freeze. He couldn't manage to ask what he had wanted to ask. He feared Izuku wouldn't want it anymore, and of course he'd respect it, but it still would hurt him slightly. One Katsuki. Izuku sat up, causing Katsuki to have to sit up as well. What's wrong? His pretty features frowned, as he held Katsuki's cheek in one hand, the other intertwined with Katsuki's fingers. A blush tainted over Katsuki's cheeks. Do you still want me to mark you? That was the least awkward way to ask if Izuku wanted to go all the way. After all, they've only had sex one time since they've been together, and never during Izuku's heat. It was a dangerous thing to do, honestly. Izuku could end up 𝗕𝗂𝗁𝗃 if protection wasn't worn, and if Izuku didn't want to be marked yet, that was also a high chance of that happening. Izuku blushed and slowly crawled onto Katsuki's lap. Katsuki leaned on the headboard, and pulled Izuku closer, their practically knee bodies pressed together. The couple only managed to put on their underwear before getting sidetracked. I only see myself with you, 𝗂𝗂𝗁. No one else. So yes. We can go through completely. And you can mark me. Izuku kissed Katsuki, wrapping his arms around Katsuki's neck. Katsuki smiled into the kiss like a maniac. Words couldn't explain the happiness traveling through his veins. To finally have Izuku be his. To fully be connected with him. Katsuki wrapped his arms around Izuku's waist, making their bare chest press together. Katsuki's other hand snaked its way inside of Izuku's underwear, his large fingers probing at his entrance. And before the two could continue, Izuku's phone began to ring. Katsuki groaned, as Izuku laughed while getting off his lap. He checked the caller ID and smiled when it was Mina. Hey, Mina. He put her on speaker, as he began looking for clothes to get dressed. It slipped his mind that Mina, Yurikaka, and himself were meeting at the 𝗕𝗏𝗶𝗏 place. They planned on meeting up with some of their old friends. Aizu, are you almost ready? Me and Ocha are on our way. She asked happily. Izuku pictured her cheekily smiling, and doing her signature wink. Why yeah. Almost done. Izuku blushed and looked at Katsuki. Katsuki bit his lip, and looked Izuku up and down. Katsuki's helping me get ready. He squeaked, his eyes looking down in embarrassment. Okako snorted. More like distracting you, hurry up babes. Instead of meeting you there, we can pick you up. That's cool, right? Izuku looked at Katsuki for confirmation, as Katsuki shrugged his shoulders. That's fine. See you then. The two hung up and Izuku finished getting dressed, looking as covered as possible. Of course, his old co-workers have seen him practically naked before, but he turned over that leaf. He wanted to present himself better. Katsuki laid back on the bed, only in his underwear, his eyes not leaving Izuku. Izuku seemed to have Katsuki in a trance, from his freckled-adorned skin, down to his childbearing hips. He couldn't believe how lucky he was to call Izuku his. No one that Katsuki had been with in the past could compare to Izuku, and the thought alone made Katsuki smirk. 3. Why are you smiling like that, Kaken? Izuku asked, while applying a light lip balm to his luscious lips. The most Izuku wore was light mascara and lip balm, because it made him feel really pretty. 2. Just thinking. Katsuki answered smugly, as Izuku raised an eyebrow of concern. Wondering how I got so lucky to call you mines. 9. Izuku blushed, before shaking his head vigorously. Kaken. Don't say things like that. Izuku smiled towards the ground before looking at Katsuki through his lashes. Though, I'm shocked you're still mines too. His eyes warm, the sight alone causing Katsuki to growl possessively. Katsuki beckoned Izuku with his finger, and once Izuku got close enough, pulled him into a tight embrace. Look at me so lovingly again, I might not let you leave. It'll be a night full of me loving you. Katsuki's head was buried into Izuku's stomach, since Izuku was standing and Katsuki was still sitting. 2. Izuku giggled and ran his hands through his blonde hair. You love me enough, Kaken. Katsuki kissed Izuku's navel, before looking up at him. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? Katsuki asked, hearing Izuku's phone ping. It was probably the girls, letting him know they were here. It's okay. I won't be out long. Just probably see everyone and head out to a dinner. Izuku kissed the top of Katsuki's head, and crouched down to Katsuki's height. Thank you for letting me go out. He placed a kiss on Katsuki's nose. 9. You're allowed to do whatever the hell you want, kitten. I just want you to be careful. Katsuki stood up and walked Izuku to the door. He grabbed his wallet and before Izuku could walk out the door, gave Izuku his credit card. 1K Kaken. Izuku began shaking his head, and Katsuki kissed him. It's your money. It's okay. Have fun. Get yourself whatever you want. My things are your things. Including money. He opened the door, and saw Mina and Okiko sitting in their car. Katsuki walked outside, even though he was still in his underwear, a very flustered Izuku trailing behind him. 15 no, Pinky. Round cheeks. Katsuki called, gaining the attention of the couple. He walked up to the driver's window, and leaned against the car. Mina smiled before rolling down her window. 2 Hey Bakubabe. Mina looked Katsuki up and down before sighing, her hands leaving the steering wheel to facepalm. Where are your clothes? 7 They're irrelevant right now. Listen, Katsuki pulled Izuku closer to him and kissed his temple. You're traveling with my precious cargo. Anything happens to him, I'll kill you both. Katsuki said looking at the girls, the empty threat causing them both to laugh. 2 Got it, got it. Besides, Mina cracked her knuckles before looking at Izuku. I like to fight. Especially for what I care for. Mina said smugly. And it was true. Katsuki remembers when Mina was first dealing with the stress of being kicked out, she used to fight anyone who even looked at her wrong. It's what made him like her so much. And no fighting please. Izuku muttered, giving Katsuki a kiss before sitting in the car. I love you. I love you too, kitten. Got everything? Katsuki asked, as Izuku checked his mini handbag. Izuku nodded, and smiled. Good. Call me if anything. I mean anything. Same goes for you too. His eyes drifted to Mina and Okiko. See you guys later. The trio said their respective goodbyes before pulling off, leaving a glum Katsuki standing there. 2 He sighed and trudged back into the house. If he was being honest, he didn't want Izuku to go. Especially, if he wasn't there. His inner alpha was going crazy. Scenarios of something bad kept reappearing in his head, and it made worry deep its way into his body. But he also didn't want Izuku to feel trapped here. Izuku was making good progress with handling everything that has happened to him. He didn't stutter as often as he used to. His nightmares were less frequent. He was more comfortable displaying his affection towards Katsuki. It honestly made Katsuki's heart swell with happiness. As Katsuki began cleaning up the house, his worry began subsiding even a little bit. He was telling himself to calm down. He trusted Mina and Okiko. They've protected Izuku, even before Katsuki came back into the picture. While the two may not have been through as much anguish as Izuku have been through, the two had to fight and protect themselves from all the people who disapproved of their relationship. Of course, if the self-proclaimed Baku Squad were around, they would help. He just had to trust in his friends. He had to. Wow, Aizu, Kiro. You look so good. Tsuyu called, her long dark hair pulled into a messy bun. One Izuku blushed, embracing the Omega in his arms. So do you, Zu. They all stood outside of the club as they waited for Kendo and the manager Shinso. He may have been the manager, but he was a great friend of Izuku's and even looked at him as his older brother. 7 Hey, you guys ready? Shinso called out, his purple hair messy. The alpha normally looked tired, but his eyes were droopy. Shinso, you don't have to do this today. You look exhausted. Kendo commented, wrapping her arm around his shoulder lazily. It's fine. Minoma works late today, so I'll be alone anyways. Let's go. Minoma was Shinso's mate, the blonde beater coming off as arrogant at first. But eventually, the friend group managed to warm up to him. 21 The drive to the restaurant was a calm one. Everyone caught up with everyone, and it was all smiles and laughs. The restaurant was a fancy spot, and they managed to even get seated quickly. Where this food looks so good. Mina cried out excitedly as she looked over the menu. Any idea of what you guys are getting? Before anyone could answer, the waitress walked up to the table. Hello, my name is... The waitress looked at Mina, and her eyes widened. Mina. Izuku looked at the waitress, and didn't seem to know her. Her dark hair was styled in an asymmetrical fringe, and her dark eyes looked lazy and out of it. Oh. Hey Gyro. Mina waved, her hand holding Izuku's under the table. If she knew anything, it was that Katsuki would have told Izuku about Gyro. For Izuku's eyes widened at the name, and he looked at Mina for confirmation. Was this the Gyro that dated Katsuki? Gyro leaned into Izuku, taking a sniff of the air. She contorted her face into one of discomfort. You smell like someone I knew. It wasn't a surprise. Katsuki and Izuku scented daily. It helped Izuku have a sense of comfort and protection. There's no way though. He wouldn't date another Omega. 3 Izuku looked down, having to contain a whimper. The rest of the friend group, aside from Mina and Okiko, seemed confused at the dark girl. Hey, you. She snapped her head towards Izuku once more. You know someone named Bakugo Katsuki? Before Izuku could answer, Shinso spoke up. I'm sorry, but we have plans after this. Can we please place our order? He asked, trying to sound as believable as possible. He sensed Izuku's discomfort, and it didn't sit well with him. Yeah, soon. Gyro placed her hands on her hips, pursing her lips. So. Do you know him? 12 He's my mate. Izuku answered with a sudden surge of confidence. He wanted to fight for what is his. Even if it came off as mean and confrontational. Your mate. Gyro looked Izuku up and down, before barking a laugh. Wow. Who would have thought Bakugo lowered his standards? Didn't even know he swung that way. 27 Before any of the friends could say something, Izuku stood up. Listen. I don't care if you dated Katsuki. Obviously it wasn't enough to make him stay. What you aren't going to do. Izuku walked up to her face, and glared at her, a sour scent rolling off of his body. Is try and belittle me. I'm a great Omega, and Katsuki seems to think so too, seeing as though he's with me and not you. So please, can you send a different waitress? I don't feel comfortable with you serving me or my friends. 53 The friend group was shocked to say the least. Izuku had had moments where he stood his ground, but never like this. Getting all close and personal wasn't his style. Gyro stood there, wide-eyed. She grabbed Izuku's shirt in her hand. Who do you? Mina grabbed her arm, and twisted it, pushing 𝗧𝗪 face first into the table. The commotion altering the other customers and nearby workers. No, no, no. That's what we're not gonna do. 𝗕𝗏𝗿𝗄𝗁 crouched down and smiled at 𝗧𝗪. I don't care who you are, or what our status was back then, or anything about that CRP. She pointed back at Izuku before glaring at 𝗧𝗪. You put your hands on him, you're done for. A nearby worker came to talk to the group and Shinso and Tsuyu explained what happened. They ended up having to leave, but not before Mina punched 𝗧𝗪 in the nose. All everyone heard was a crack and then they left. 23-1, that was pretty badass, Izuku. Kendo smiled, while eating her burger. They ended up ordering fast food and eating in their cars. I don't know what came over me. Izuku's sudden surge of confidence completely gone, now it being replaced with embarrassment. Sorry for making us leave. Babes, you didn't do anything. Mina smiled, holding up her bruised knuckle. Though I think I may have broken her nose. Too well deserved. Okiko said thoughtfully. Agreed. Everyone said in unison, as Izuku smiled lovingly. He missed being with his friends like this. It made him giddy and happy inside. He wouldn't change it for the world. I love you all. Katsuki wasn't sure if he was mad or proud about what happened at restaurant. For the friend group eventually split up, but not before everyone said their goodbyes and gave hugs. Although, after hearing about Izuku having a new boyfriend, Kendo was more than excited to hear about it. She even spoke to him about what to do for his birthday, since it was coming up. The plan was more than lewd. Izuku couldn't stop blushing the whole ride home. Once Mina, Izuku, and Okiko got to Katsuki's house, the trio made sure to let Katsuki know they ran into his egotistical ex-girlfriend. Bakudeku was so badass. Mina cheered, hugging Izuku, as he groaned. All like, if you were good enough, Katsuki would still be with you blah blah blah. Mina. Izuku blushed, hiding himself in her neck. He hated being confrontational to other people. Especially to the fact it led to violence. You broke her nose. You did what? Katsuki asked, smirking. Worth it. Mina winked and swayed her hips. Now my mate can take care of me. The beta blew Okiko a kiss, the brunette Omega frowning. Whatever, babes. But I agree, she deserved it, grabbing on Izuku like that. She walked over, concern written over her face and held Izuku's cheeks tenderly. Are you okay? Katsuki didn't approach as the beta and Omega check out Izuku for injuries, though he wouldn't have any. It was their instinct, especially Okiko, to care for Izuku. Although they were very close in age, the trio has been through a lot as a whole. Katsuki had more than enough respect for them. I'm fine. I promise. Izuku smiled shyly, his eyes lowered. I'm sorry for making us have to leave, hush it up. Mina flicked his forehead softly. No one is pressed about it. We were fine with our cheeseburger meals. They all shared a cheeky smile, before letting Izuku go. We have to pick up Maya from my mom's. She has an appointment tomorrow early in the morning. I'll talk to you guys later. The two left, Izuku looking at Katsuki with a slight frown. What's wrong? Katsuki asked, once the two made it to their shared bedroom. Izuku stripped his clothes before trudging to the bathroom. Izuku! I have to use the bathroom, Kaken. His voice was small, his eyes not looking at Katsuki. Did I do something? Katsuki asked, worry laced in his voice. Izuku finally made eye contact with Katsuki, sadness swirling in his emerald eyes. Kaken. Why do you want me? Aizu. What are you talking about? The two standing in front of each other. Katsuki looking down at Izuku. Katsuki never realized their height difference, but Izuku was just about up to Katsuki's throat. Those girls. They're amazing. They haven't been used. Abused. Traumatized. Yet you want me. Izuku's voice was shaky, but he refused to cry. I've showed my body off. Had an abusive boyfriend. Been forced to have sex and do things I've never wanted to do. But you want me. Katsuki never thought about how insecure Izuku was feeling. He didn't think the people who he used to sleep with in his past would make him regret it so much. Those women and men he's been with hasn't really meant much to him. Well, maybe except for Gyro, but even then, while he was with her, Izuku never left his mind. I'm not bothered by that stuff. I want you. I always have. Even when I pushed you away. I just was ignoring myself and how I felt. I told you, kitten, you're everything that I want. Nothing else. 5. Izuku was quiet, just looking at Katsuki, as if analyzing him. You mean it? His voice was steady, emerald eyes boring into crimson eyes. 1. I don't lie. You know that. Katsuki pulled Izuku into a hug, releasing light calming pheromones. You want to shower and go to bed? Izuku nodded his head slightly. Okay, baby. I'll meet you in bed. Katsuki kissed Izuku's forehead and closed the bathroom door, leaving Izuku by himself. Izuku took a deep breath and looked in the mirror. He couldn't see what Katsuki saw so great about him. He frowned and took his fingers and forced himself to smile. He wouldn't admit it to Katsuki, but his intrusive thoughts had been coming back, and it's been bothering him. He didn't feel like a good Omega for Katsuki. He didn't do a lot for him, like Katsuki did for Izuku. Yet, Katsuki admired him and looked at him as if he were a diamond in the rough. He looked at the light hickeys scattered on his neck, and ran his fingers over them lightly. They didn't hurt, but it made Izuku stare at himself and hate what he saw. 1. His eyes seemed too big, he had too many freckles. With the light mascara on his lashes still, he looked feminine, even though his clothing wasn't gender exclusive. His body seemed too skinny, as if he didn't eat, but of course he never wanted to eat all of Katsuki's food. He didn't want to seem like a slob. With the extra towel hanging in the bathroom, Izuku covered the mirror, not being able to stand looking at himself. 3. Izuku's eyes pricked, but he quickly blinked his tears away. He didn't want Katsuki to think something was wrong. After all, Katsuki's birthday was in a few days, and the plan him and Kendo went over sounded enticing. He'd called Shinso tomorrow to go over the details, and even call Kendo to help him buy clothes for the occasion, since he got rid of all those clothes. But for now, he was unnaturally exhausted and wanted to cuddle and feel reassured. His alpha's embrace could help him with that. 1. He took a quickly shower, and dressed in Katsuki's shirt and a pair of boxers. Katsuki was already in bed, reading something on his phone. The way Katsuki seemed to stare at the phone, a scowl on his face, made butterflies erupt in Izuku's stomach. Panic slowly set in Izuku's mind. My alpha. Hey kitten. Katsuki smiled softly as he put his phone down. You okay? Izuku stared at Katsuki from across the bedroom before taking quick breaths, his chest getting tight. Tears pricked his eyes as he jumped on top of Katsuki, his head buried in his chest. Katsuki stared wide-eyed and wrapped his arms around Izuku securely. I love you, Kaken. I love you so much, it hurts. He looked up with watery eyes. It's scary. I love you. I don't know what you see in me, but I love how you make me feel. I love you. I'll always love you. No matter what. I always have loved you. Izuku couldn't stop rambling. He wanted to express his love and admiration for his alpha. Katsuki could only stare with wide eyes as he kissed atop Izuku's head. I love you too. So much. Izuku sniffed and seemed to cling tighter to Katsuki. And all my flaws. His voice was so little, Katsuki wasn't even sure if he had heard him correctly. 7 flaws, Katsuki began to question. 1. Izuku cut him off. I'm so off, Kaken. I look horrible. Those girls were so appealing. Nice bodies. I'm too skinny. Izuku began shaking, spilling all his insecurities unintentionally. My eyes are too big. There's so many. 3. Baby, no. Katsuki pulled Izuku up, so that the two were sitting face to face. No, no. Izuku, don't say SHT like that. You're perfect. Katsuki's thumb running under Izuku's teary eyes. And I'll fight anyone who says otherwise. You're amazing, and strong. And appealing. Appealing. Katsuki made the two lay down and pulled the blanket over them. I'll remind you as many times as you need to hear it. I'll have you see how amazing and precious you are to me, Izuku. Izuku's sniffles seemed to die down. Get sleep, baby. I love you. Where the F are you two dragging me to? Katsuki asked, tempted to pull off the 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗵𝗃 covering his eyes. It's been a couple of days since Izuku's breakdown, and now it was Katsuki's birthday. Izuku had acted as if the breakdown never happened. It bothered Katsuki greatly, but instead of pressing him to talk, he just watched him carefully. Made sure Izuku was okay by scheduling appointments with the psychiatrist, taking his medication, all those things. One for Katsuki's birthday, Izuku left the whole day with Mina and Okiko. He assured Katsuki it was a big surprise for him, and it would be worth it. Izuku couldn't even look Katsuki in the eyes without blushing, so Katsuki was a little more than intrigued by what the surprise was. He even reassured Izuku that he didn't even have to get him or do anything. But of course, Izuku insisted. Relax, Bakubro. Kirishima said, Katsuki practically hearing the smirk on his face. Your Omega has something good planned. Trust him. Katsuki groaned. I trust him completely. It's you two assholes I'm worried about. For Kaminari laughed, making Katsuki stop walking. We wouldn't do anything to harm you, man. Just hush. By now, Kaminari shouldn't even be out the house. Typically, male 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁 his belly around, and ready to pop. Although 𝗧𝗪 was in the car, waiting for the two, it was originally supposed to be 𝗧𝗪 and Kirishima who brought Katsuki to the mystery place. Of course, Kaminari insisted, and reassured everyone that he was okay. "For we're here." Katsuki heard a door open and immediately he was hit with the lingering smell of liquor. "Don't try and wander, man. You're gonna hit something." "To what the F, guys?" Katsuki grunted, his nose scrunching up. He hoped they weren't at a club or anything. He was never interested in those kinds of things. Especially since he's with Izuku. He doesn't want anything to do with SHT like that. He picked up on two other familiar scents lingering in the air. Mina. Okiko. Now he was confused. And worried. Where the F was Izuku? "Bakugo, please calm down." He heard Okiko whimper. He was releasing anger pheromones, his alpha instinct starting to go haywire. And although she and Kaminari were mated with other people, the sour scent rolling off of Katsuki came out like waves, completely overwhelming the Omegas. Where is Izuku? He went to yank the 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗃 off his eyes when someone grabbed his wrist. "Let the F go. One, relax, Bakubro. We wouldn't do anything to Izuku, you know that. Just, he's here, okay? Just relax so we can take you to him, okay?" Kirishima offered, letting go of Katsuki's wrist. "One, why would he be here?" Katsuki frowned, his mind not comprehending anything. The Baku squad walked a couple more steps, seemingly farther into the building, before a light knock was heard on a door. Mina gestured for the rest of the friends to keep Katsuki there as she walked before the door. "Izuku, you ready?" Her voice low, yet held a power to it. Izuku stood there, looking at the clothing he was wearing. Do I look okay?" "You look too good. So sexy, babes. He's going to love it." Mina smiled, pointing at the door. "Should I get the birthday boy?" Izuku nodded shyly, before Mina winked. "You got this." And she left the door slightly opened, as Katsuki was pulled in by her, a growl emitting from his throat. "Pinky, I swear on my life, relax, explosion boy. You asked for Izuku and he's here." That immediately perked Katsuki's interest. "But you need to sit here." She led him towards a couch and when she walked away, dimmed the lights in the room. She walked over to the wall and adjusted the music, putting a really SNSL song on. "Have fun, boys." And then the two mates were left alone. 3 here. Katsuki was more than eager to take the 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗃 off. "Deku. I'm here, Kaken. If you want. You can take the 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗃 off now." Izuku took a deep breath, and recomposed himself. Katsuki off the 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗃 and let his eyes adjust a few before his eyes landed on Izuku, his breath leaving his body. The room the two were staying in was a private room in the 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗆 Izuku worked at. A large pole was placed behind Izuku, and Katsuki wasn't even worried about the rest of the room because his eyes wouldn't leave Izuku. 14 Izuku's body was covered in a light glitter. The black outfit leaving his chest exposed, all the way down to his V-line. The thong-like bottoms, covering his member, but when Izuku began walking towards the pole, Katsuki was greeted with Izuku's perfect but on display. Green earrings on his ears, followed with green bunny ears. Thigh-high black boots seemed to bring the outfit together. "Happy birthday, Katsuki," Izuku said, a smirk taking over his features. Seeing the way Katsuki was looking at him gave Izuku a new sense of confidence, one he hasn't felt for a long time. "I know, I said I wouldn't do this again, but I had to at least do it once for you, right?" Katsuki tried to not show the excitement growing in his breathes, but it was hard looking at Izuku. "Izuku, please enjoy the show." Izuku smirked again. "And don't worry. I'll help with your problem too." Katsuki leaned back into the couch and groaned lowly. Izuku began walking up to Katsuki and climbed into his lap, a light smirk on his face. Izuku was aware of the bulge in Katsuki's breathes, and it aroused him. Lust pheromones began filling the air around the two as Izuku placed kisses on Katsuki's neck. He bit down softly, a low mmm escaping Katsuki's lips, and as he tried to grab Izuku's waist, Izuku denied him. Izuku grabbed Katsuki's wrist and held them by his head. "No touching." He began grinding on Katsuki's PP, suppressing MMMS out of the both of them. "Just let me do the work for now." Izuku's voice held a confidence that Katsuki has never saw, and it made Katsuki's heart swell. Izuku's hand grabbed Katsuki's chin, and liked Katsuki's neck before kissing him forcefully on his lips. Izuku never taking DMs in any situation, and Katsuki was more than eager to see what this would lead to. Izuku's tongue making its way into Katsuki's mouth, Katsuki unsure what to do. He's never been dominated by anyone. His instincts and lust fighting. Izuku broke away from the kiss, breathing and a string of saliva connected their lips still. He got up and walked back to the pole, where he smiled over his shoulder before hoisting himself up. His never preformed in the private rooms for anyone. People tended to get too comfortable and touchy, and Izuku had enough of Shoto assaulting him at home. But for Katsuki, he would do anything. Katsuki never made him feel like he was forced or coerced into anything. He constantly made him feel loved, and it was something Izuku's craved since the passing of his mother. Words couldn't describe what Katsuki made Izuku feel. For Katsuki watched with hungry eyes, as Izuku spun on the pole, his legs bending in angles he didn't know were possible. His back arched, showing more of the appealing butt of his. Izuku pulled himself back up, before slowly going back down, but not before doing a split on the way down. Izuku walked back to Katsuki, before climbing back on his lap and slowly grinding on Katsuki's hard-on. Katsuki began muttering praises to Izuku, causing the omega to "Do you want to get rid of those?" Katsuki asked, his voice hoarse, as he gestured towards Izuku's outfit. "If you're going to get rid of yours too." Izuku stood up, and made a show of removing his clothing. Katsuki watched as he removed his clothes hastily, the SXL frustration getting to him. Soon the couple were in nothing but their bare skin, with the exception of Izuku leaving the shoes and ears on, due to Katsuki's request. Izuku climbed back onto Katsuki's lap, his face heating up as he felt Katsuki's hard PP against his butt. Slick began leaking out of his entrance, the anticipation of having Katsuki inside him again too much. "Do you want to go all the way?" Izuku asked, slowly grinding on Katsuki, mules leaving his lips as Katsuki's large hands grabbed his slim waist. "Only if you want to." Katsuki moved upward, causing both of them to loudly. The overstimulation was becoming too much for both of them. "I want to." Izuku kissed Katsuki slowly, as Katsuki moved against Izuku's butt. "Do you want me to give you a BLWJB?" Izuku breathed, lust filling his entire body. F. Deku. Katsuki normally didn't but seeing Izuku in such a state and hearing him talk lewdly, he couldn't help the MMMS that left his lips. "You're really bold today, aren't you?" Izuku got on his knees, peering at him through his lashes, as he grabbed Katsuki's pp. He felt it throb under his touch, and a lustful smile got on his face. "It's your day. I'd do anything for you." He tentatively placed a kiss on the tip of Katsuki's pp, never breaking eye contact with the alpha. "D don't do things you wouldn't fing w want to." Katsuki aimed as Izuku liked his small hands 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗔𝗓 his ball firmly. Katsuki really felt like he was melting under Izuku's touch, and he wasn't used to it. "I know. I want to." Izuku slowly took Katsuki's pp into his mouth, his tongue swirling around the now swollen head. Katsuki couldn't stop 𝗵𝗃, the teasing and the pleasure too much for him. He felt like putty, and it was really messing with him. He felt like he was submitting to Izuku, not that he minded of course. "Why you're too good to me, kitten. Way too fing good." Katsuki placed his hand on top of Izuku's hair, and pet him. "Taking my pp so well. My good little Omega." Izuku 𝗵𝗃ed around Katsuki's pp, the vibrations causing Katsuki to throw his head back. Izuku could taste the precum, and it made his heart swell knowing he was pleasing his alpha. Izuku felt Katsuki's pp hitting the back of his throat, and he couldn't stop the slight gagging and tears leaving his eyes. His hands were either slightly tugging on Katsuki's ball or around the rest of his Izuku couldn't reach. Izuku pulled off Katsuki's pp, saliva all over the place, as he rubbed Katsuki's overly sensitive tip. He began skiing on one of Katsuki's ball, his other hand still rubbing his pp. His pp felt warm under Izuku's touch, and began twitching. FF. Katsuki moved into Izuku's hand, the need to come becoming intense. Izuku took Katsuki into his mouth once more, this time taking his whole pp into his mouth, and Katsuki could only as he felt his ball draw tighter. With his hand, Izuku felt all the way up Katsuki's chest, the muscles feeling nice under Izuku's soft hands. With Katsuki's pp still in his mouth, Izuku swirled his tongue one more time around the head, before he heard Katsuki loudly. F. Katsuki came without warning, the cum shooting down into Izuku's throat. Izuku, who wasn't expecting so much cum to come out, began choking on the bitter liquid. "8ff, kitten. I'm sorry. I should have warned you." Katsuki brought Izuku up to his lap, and watched with concerned eyes. However, that concern quickly turned into lust upon looking at Izuku's face. Izuku's face was one of lust and blissfulness. His eyes were full of tears, but half-lidded. His freckled cheeks tinted a appealing shade of crimson. Cum still covered his swollen lips, but Izuku used his tongue to lick it up. Izuku slyly opened his mouth to show all the cum was gone, the action instantly causing Katsuki to kiss him roughly. Katsuki's hand wrapped around Izuku's throat lightly, as the two began to lose themselves. Katsuki didn't care if he could taste himself in Izuku's mouth, he couldn't seem to get enough of him. Their tongues dancing and Izuku's hands making their way into the blonde's hair and pulling them slightly. Katsuki eventually taking the bunny ears of Izuku and throwing them to the side. Katsuki's large hands began making its way to Izuku's butt, making the Omega and lean more into Katsuki, giving him better access to his butt. Katsuki loved his butt, and his hips. He loved everything about Izuku. And before he could penetrate Izuku with his fingers, as sweet smell hit the air, Katsuki's eyes instantly dilated, looking at the flushed Omega on top of him. 𝗧𝗓𝗏. Izuku 𝗵𝗃. The pleasure and anticipation getting to him. It was bound to happen. Although Izuku's heat wasn't due for a few more days, it wasn't a surprise that Katsuki triggered it early. Please alpha. 2 kitten, do you want me to, mark me? Give me your pups, kaken. Izuku may have been losing his rationality, but he knew enough of what he was saying. He wanted nothing more than to be 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏 with Katsuki's pups, and solely belonged to Katsuki. When they had sex last time, they didn't use protection. They didn't have to, seeing as though Izuku wasn't going to get 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏 outside of his heat. But this was different. They've never even had sex during Izuku's heat. It was a big step for them. You sure, baby? Katsuki didn't want Izuku to say this no but then to regret it afterwards. He could see the Omega was still there, his need to be filled overtaking his normal state of mind. Yes, please. Izuku began to cry, as Katsuki's large finger entered him. Felt his finger dragging the inside of his walls. The Omega could only at the sensation. It always felt good when Katsuki was pleasing him. His bare chest pressing against Katsuki's, as Izuku arched his back. His member was hard, and precum was coming out. You're so appealing, Izuku. Katsuki hissed out as his eyes watched Izuku's body intensely. Such a appealing Omega. He added his second finger, and began opening him wider. Izuku convulsed, his hands finding themselves in Katsuki's blonde hair and tugging it slightly. Too long. Izuku breathed. He could feel Katsuki's PP throbbing under him, and he grabbed it. He pulled Katsuki's fingers out of him, and began lowering himself on Katsuki's PP. A lengthy escaped his lips, as tears fell from his appealing emerald eyes. Izuku dash. Katsuki tried to stop the Omega, so he wouldn't hurt himself. But to feel the way Izuku clenched himself around his PP, Katsuki could only groan, as Izuku began a steady pace as riding him. He never thought he would see the day. Heat-ridden Izuku was a completely different person than the timid, everyday Izuku. 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗵 Izuku breathed, as he began bouncing on Katsuki's PP. Although there was pain from not being stretched all the way, the pain quickly turned into pleasure. Feeling Katsuki's PP drag along his walls was overwhelmingly divine. It was like Izuku's inside were molding to fit Katsuki and Katsuki alone. The smell of lust pheromones and sex lingered in the air. The slapping of skin, and groans were the only thing that could be heard. Sweat began gathering on their bodies, as the two shared a sloppy kiss, teeth clashed, saliva on their chins. Hold on, baby. Katsuki warned, as he swayed their positions. Izuku ended up laying on the couch with his legs up in the air, as Katsuki hovered over him. Izuku held onto his legs, watching Katsuki with teary eyes, as Katsuki grabbed a hold of Izuku's waist and began moving into Izuku harshly. 22 Izuku cried out, as his back arched. Feeling Katsuki hitting his PRSTT repeatedly was driving him wild. Katsuki. Izuku was close. He could feel it. His breathing was ragged. But then, Katsuki wrapped his hand around Izuku's painfully hard PP. Not yet. His voice was deep, sending a shudder through Izuku's body. 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗵. Izuku whined. It was starting to hurt, not having that release that his body desperately called for. I know, baby. Katsuki wanted to come with Izuku. He was desperately close, his move becoming more messy. Want me to bite me? Please. Izuku sobbed, the overstimulation becoming unbearable. Katsuki didn't hesitate, his fangs elongating and penetrating the Omega's skin. Izuku cried, as he felt that the venom lacing its way through his blood. Katsuki's hold on Izuku's PP was released, and a left Izuku's lips as he came hard. As Katsuki released the bite, a left his body, as his knot began to swell inside of Izuku, filling up Izuku's insides. Izuku laid there with tears running down his cheeks, trying to catch his breath. He found it hard to breathe, and Katsuki noticed it. He propped Izuku up, his hand caressing Izuku's cheek. Baby, breathe. You did so good. Katsuki's voice was hoarse. The sex was just too much for both of them. But suddenly, Izuku cried. A sob ran through his body, making Katsuki panic. Baby. Izuku pulled Katsuki down for a kiss, catching him by surprise. I'm yours. Finally yours. Izuku cried, as his other hand gently ran over the new mark that adorned his neck. Yeah. Katsuki smiled, tears pricking his eyes lightly. Finally. Izuku's breathing managed to get steady. Did you have a great birthday? His cheeks still red. His eyes becoming droopy. Won the thing best. Izuku's eyes closed and Katsuki kissed his forehead. Rest up, baby. I'll take us home when my knot deflates. This is going to be a long week. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁. Izuku mumbled, sleep heavy in his eyes. The last wave of Izuku's heat just finished. All Izuku had wanted to do was have sex with Katsuki. If Katsuki wasn't in control, he would have allowed it. Izuku was even willing to miss meals and sleep in order for them to hold each other that way. Katsuki wasn't sure if it was because Izuku was now marked, but Katsuki couldn't seem to go anywhere without Izuku tagging along. It proved things difficult, especially if Katsuki simply wanted to use the bathroom. Izuku wanted to constantly be with him. "I'm going to grab us food. We haven't eaten in hours." Katsuki suppressed a smirk. The last wave seemed to give Izuku energy. He managed to last a few rounds. "Let me go with you." Izuku tried to sit up, only for him to wince and lay back down. "I want to be with you, Kaken." "Kitten, I'll be right downstairs. It'll be okay." Katsuki covered Izuku's body with the blanket as he shivered. "If anything, since you don't seem to have the Fing energy, you can call me. Something to keep you at ease, if you want." "And no." Izuku blushed, his eyes lowered. "I'll wait here. I don't want to annoy you." Before Katsuki could object, Izuku smiled softly. "I know what you're going to say. But it's okay. I'll wait here. I might fall asleep though." Izuku's cheeks tinted red. "Rest up, kitten. I'll wake you when the food's done. And then we're going to bathe. Relax those muscles a bit, yeah. Sounds nice." Izuku nodded, as Katsuki tucked his hair behind his ear. "Good. Want anything in specific? Or want me to surprise you?" Izuku's eyes were closed as he smiled. "Anything Kaken makes is wonderful. I'll eat anything not spicy." They shared a quick kiss as Katsuki put on a pair of shorts, not bothering for a t-shirt or underwear. "Consider it done. I'll be back." Katsuki couldn't stop the smile that crept onto his face. He was mated. His Omega was finally his. The feeling of finally becoming one with Izuku was a sensation he couldn't even describe with words. But it was heavenly for him. As Katsuki grabbed the ingredients to make Izuku French toast, a small knock was heard at his door. His smile grew wider as he opened it. He knew who was there. He couldn't help but be happy for his friends. "Hey!" Kirishima greeted, a sleepy-looking Kaminari next to him. Kaminari had bags under his eyes, but his eyes were full of an unidentifiable emotion as he looked at their daughters. Zero walked up behind them, holding a baby stroller. "9 hey, jackasses." Katsuki let them in the house, being as quiet as possible in order to not wake the newborns. "Making breakfast. You'll want anything. Please." Kaminari pleaded. He sat down and cooed at his daughter, as Kirishima held the other one lovingly. "Is Aizu here?" Katsuki nodded. He figured if anyone was excited to meet the twins it would be Izuku. It was a shock to everyone that Kaminari was having twins. Every time Kaminari went for an LTRSND appointment, apparently the other baby was behind the other one. It was a surprise the babies were delivered safely. He might be exhausted. He just finished his heat. Katsuki said as he sat down next to Kaminari. His eyes looked at the little girl adoringly. "She's so tiny." Kaminari smiled. Do you want to hold her? Her name is Anita, and her sister's name is Anika." Katsuki looked at Kaminari with bewilderment. 5, wouldn't you get confused? Why name them so similarly? His voice little as Kaminari instructed Katsuki how to properly hold his arms. "They are identical." Zero mumbled. Zero loved being around the girls. They were all close as friends, and seeing the twins had everyone silently agree to be closer and protect each other's kids. Even Maya, even if she was older than the twins. Everyone was like a big family. Kaminari gently placed Anita in Katsuki's arms. "Hold her head like this." Katsuki could only gasp as he looked at his baby girl. And she looked at him back. Her eyes were appealing. They were huge and an appealing shade of gold, just like Kaminari's. She had a tuft of black hair, with hints of blonde laced in it. She looked at Katsuki before making incoherent baby noises. "Wow!" Katsuki's eyes swirled with emotions. She was appealing. Emotions he didn't know he could feel were practically swirling inside of him. "She's gorgeous. Who knew you two could make cute kids?" Katsuki joked. One Kaminari laughed before standing up. He stumbled a bit, before catching himself. "Can I see Izuku?" he asked, in hopes no one saw the slip-up. "Can you make it up?" 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝗻 began to question. "I'm fine, babe." "Really? Just missed my footing." A tired smile landed on his face as he looked at Katsuki waiting for the response. As Katsuki nodded his head yes, Kaminari smiled and silently walked up the stairs. 𝗧𝗏 grabbed Anita from Katsuki's hold and placed her in her stroller, as 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝗻 placed Anika in her spot. The twins were sleeping, and Katsuki could only stare at how tiny and precious they seemed. He isn't okay, is he?" Katsuki asked, his eyes finally leaving the babies as they landed on 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝗻. "I don't think so. He's barely sleeping. Won't really eat. I don't know what's going on. I spoke to the doctor about it and he did an evaluation on him. Says it could be 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗃𝗵𝗃. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃? 𝗧𝗏 asked, sitting on the seat next to Katsuki. Kaminari and 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝗻 loved having 𝗧𝗏 around. Ever since the loss of his mate, they made sure he was all right and never attempted to harm himself. Even after his depression had gotten better, they just did everything together. For yeah, it's like really bad. It can lead to harming yourself or the baby. It could lead to so many different things. It's honestly a scary thing. I have to watch him constantly." 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝗻's voice lowered as he looked at the ground. Hey, he's going to be okay." Katsuki frowned. He didn't know much about 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 depression, but he would try and do everything to help. Kami would never. A thud was heard upstairs. All eyes looked towards the stairs before 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝗻 and Katsuki ran up the stairs, leaving 𝗧𝗏 with the kids. Katsuki led to 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝗻 to his bedroom and yanked the door open. Kaminari laid on the floor, eyes closed, as Izuku hovered over him. His eyes were filled with fear as he shook his friend. "Kami!" He smelled 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝗻 and Katsuki in the hallway. 𝗕𝗃𝗁𝗁𝗃. I don't know what happened, he was talking to me and then he just collapsed." 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝗻 ran to his mate and listened for his pulse. He released a breath he didn't know he was holding when he picked him up and looked at Izuku and Katsuki sadly. "He hasn't been sleeping. Maybe he's tired. I'll call the doctor on the way home, no thing need. I have spare rooms. He can rest there. It's all right." Katsuki wouldn't admit it out loud, but he was worried for the Omega. It was a scary thing. "You sure, Bakugo?" But his question was answered as he led them to his spare room. "If you need anything, you let me know, okay?" Katsuki said sternly. 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝗻 opened his mouth to say something, but Katsuki stopped him. "Don't worry about your kids. We have them. Make sure he's okay, and call your doctor." He closed the door before 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝗻 could say anything. 𝗕𝗃𝗁. Izuku's voice wavered as he held on to Katsuki nervously. "Will he be?" "Apparently it's 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. I don't know much about that." Katsuki led Izuku downstairs. Not before giving Izuku some shorts to wear, seeing as though he was only wearing a baggy shirt. "Oh. Apparently my mother went through it. Omegas suffer from it more than betas, even more than female alphas. It's so scary to think about." Izuku mumbled. "Yeah." Katsuki never knew Inko had suffered something so major. The two made it downstairs and Izuku greeted 𝗧𝗏 and awed at the twins, gently picking up Anika, who began to stir awake. "Hey, appealing," Izuku whispered, instantly preening at the thought of becoming a mother. "You're so gorgeous. You look like your mommy and daddy." His hands were delicate, and his rocks put the baby to sleep. Katsuki's heart momentarily stopped. His eyes couldn't remove themselves from Izuku, and how tender he was. His eyes held a love and passion, and he couldn't wait for them to experience that with their own children. My mother had it so bad. She used to tell me all kind of things she went through. She feared she was never a good mother. She hated me." "What?" Katsuki couldn't believe the woman who he knew for all of his childhood could hate Izuku. She didn't seem like it. It happens. You can't help it." His hand touched Anika's hair gingerly. "Suicide is a common thought. Wanting to leave everything behind. Not sleeping or eating. Your hormones and emotions are haywire. It's so bad. Sometimes, mothers don't even grow out of it. It's so scary, Kakin." Kaminari needs help if that's what is going through. Katsuki nodded and frowned when the baby started to cry. Izuku reacted instantly, holding Anika to his chest. When Anika started crying, it caused Anita to cry, and Zero picked her up and tried holding her the way Izuku was, but it didn't work. Put her here. Izuku adjusted his hold on Anika and held her with one arm, as Zero gently placed Anita in his other arm. Izuku said soothing words, as he rocked the babies in his affectionate grasp. They settled down, as Kirishima came down the stairs to check after his kids. Zero, Katsuki, and Kirishima watched as Izuku smiled tenderly. Plus wow. Kirishima muttered, as he walked over to the baby bag and grabbed 2 bottles. He's a natural. Zero nodded, and grabbed Katsuki's shoulders. He's going to be a great mother. Katsuki watched as Kirishima grabbed Anika and fed her, and he watched the excitement on Izuku's face when Kirishima asked if he wanted to feed Anita. Izuku looked more than happy. Yeah, he will be. How is he? Izuku asked Katsuki as they walked back to the car. Kirishima Kaminari had been staying at Katsuki's house so Katsuki and Izuku could watch over the girls while they had their checkups with the doctor. It had been a few weeks since the first time Kaminari passed out from exhaustion, and everyone was doing all they could to help. Should be good. Shitty Hair says they're almost done and should be on their way home soon. Katsuki said as he held the car seat. He didn't mind holding the heavy thing, because Izuku insisted on feeding and changing and burping the twins. His motherly instincts were going crazy. Apparently, when Maya was born, according to Mina and Okiko, he did the same thing. The two had just finished buying extra diapers and bottles for the baby. They even bought extra baby formula, but that was a backup option in case Kaminari couldn't feed them naturally. Once the girls were strapped in the car safely, the two drove back home, making small talk along the way. Zero said they are done. He wants to take them out for dinner. Do you mind? Not at all. Tell him to make sure Kaminari eats all his DMN food. Izuku nodded and began texting back, before swatting Katsuki's arm. What is it? P. Pull over. Izuku whimpered, the action making Katsuki worry immensely. He pulled over next to a curb, and before he could ask what happened, Izuku yanked the door open and crawled away. He only managed to make it a few feet away before throwing up. 15 Kitten. Katsuki jumped out the car and ran to his side. His eyes darting between the car and Izuku. He rubbed Izuku's back, as Izuku finished throwing up. Hey, baby. What's wrong? Izuku wiped his mouth with the backside of his hand. And nothing. Let's go home. It's not nothing. No one throws up if it was nothing. Katsuki helped Izuku up to his feet, as he stumbled. Baby, let's go to the doctor. No. Izuku shouted, pushing Katsuki away. I'm fine. Really? We have the girls, anyways. Let's just go home. He slowly walked back to the car, ignoring Katsuki's pleas to go. Unbeknownst to Izuku, Katsuki texted Mina begging them to come over. His mate wasn't good. It was driving him wild, not knowing what was wrong. The drive home was dead silent. Izuku trying to keep the rest of his lunch from coming up once more, and Katsuki frowning as worry began eating at him. Izuku, please, no, Katsuki. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Maybe ate something bad. Katsuki stood there stunned, as Izuku stormed out the car, grabbing the shopping bags and the baby bag with him. His brow furrowed, as he struggled to open the door before dropping the bags. He fell to his knees, his head spinning. His stomach churned, as bile tickled the base of his throat. Kitten. Katsuki's voice sounded far away, as he walked into their house. His voice hinted annoyance, as he searched for his Omega. Izuku. He quickly jogged towards the house, while holding the car seat that was holding the twins. His heart beat rapidly as he watched Izuku throw up on the floor once more, tears running down his freckled cheeks. Baby, hey. We're going now, okay? He led Izuku to the couch, before making it a quick task to change the twins' diapers. He called Mina and put her on speaker as he made extra bottles to have while in the hospital. Hey, Bakubabe, Mina, where the hell are you? Katsuki didn't mean to snap at the girl. He knew she was coming, regardless, but seeing his mate sick like this made the alpha in him sick with worry. I'm about 10 minutes away. I know you have to go, but I can't rush Izuku gasped, holding his stomach as an indescribable pain began. 𝗕𝗁𝗁. Izuku sobbed, falling to the ground. It hurts. Why does it hurt so badly? Izuku's face was nothing but pain, as a cry of pain left his lips. The twins began to stir, and Katsuki felt his world shaking. 3 Izuku's in pain. I don't know why. He needs to go to the doctor. Suddenly, a thud was heard, and Katsuki saw Izuku laying on his side. His eyes closed, as spasms ran through his body. Baby! Katsuki held Izuku to his chest, checking for a pulse. His pulse was a little faster than regular, but other than that seemed fine. 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗵𝗃 from the other side of the line. Call an ambulance, I'll meet you there. You're here for Izuku Midoriya? The doctor asked, as Katsuki and 𝗵𝗃 sat in the waiting room. They each held a baby, feeding them as a silence covered them. They were both horribly worried. Yes. Is he okay? 𝗵𝗃 asked, her voice shaking slightly. Are you his mate? The doctor asked, peering through his glasses, unamused. I am. This is his sister. Katsuki answered as he stood up with Anita. Is he feeling okay? He asked the doctor, anger beginning to seep through his voice. Both of you come with me. The doctor didn't answer, as the two placed the girls back in their car seats. His stable. I'm surprised. With his current state, he'll be lucky to even pull through. What do you mean? Katsuki growled, reaching out to harm the doctor. Your omega seems to be 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁. But his WMB is failing. He seems to have had an ABTN before, but that shouldn't have had affected him. He had a disease that's eating away his WMB. 6 𝗵𝗃 gasped, looking at Katsuki with fear, as Katsuki couldn't wrap his head around it. Izuku, 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁. That was great news. Although it's been almost a year, the two wasn't expecting to start a family this early. But Katsuki was more than happy to do it. But has gotten 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁 before. And has had an ABTN because of it. Sometimes, Katsuki had forgotten that Izuku was with another person before mating with him. But when Katsuki and Izuku spoke about a future with children together, Izuku was more than ecstatic to have children. So why would he have gotten an ABTN? Would he have ever told Katsuki? 7A disease. A disease that was damaging and inflicting pain on Izuku. Katsuki couldn't understand. Katsuki looked at the doctor before muttering out, "You're lying." He couldn't seem to understand what was happening. A lot was happening at once. I'm afraid not, sir. Here. The doctor showed an X-ray of Izuku's stomach and pointed to an area of what Katsuki assumed to be his stomach. This is where his WMB is. This is the outer layer that is sort of the protection from everything in the body for the baby. This area right here, his finger pointed to a small section in the lower right region, is torn. The nerves and muscles are barely holding it together. He looked at Katsuki with a solemn look. When was Mr. Midoriya's last heat? About 2 or 3 weeks ago. Katsuki stuttered, as 𝗵𝗃 grabbed the car seat from him. Katsuki stared at the X-ray intensely. What do we do? Well. The doctor opened the door to Izuku's room and let the pair in. You two could choose to have an ABTN. To avoid any more harm or stress on the WMB. Or you guys can keep the child. But it will be risky. But that is a conversation you need to have with Mr. Midoriya. Katsuki nodded as the doctor excused himself and began walking away. His ABTN. The previous one, our records indicate his had about 3. The doctor stated, taking 𝗵𝗃 and Katsuki by surprise. 2 were within a year's time and 1 while he was younger. I can't disclose any more information, seeing as I disclosed too much as is. I'm not sure if it was he was aware of the ailment or other reason. But it was done before. 6. The doctor left, leaving a sorrowful Katsuki and 𝗵𝗃. Bakugo. Plus Katsuki looked at 𝗵𝗃 with sad eyes. What am I supposed to do? His voice cracked. I can't lose my mate. He's all I ever wanted. He's all I ever needed. Izuku woke up with a groan. His eyes felt heavy, his stomach sore. His emerald eyes tried scanning his bedroom, but after he slowly started to wake up he realized he wasn't home. The smell of medicine and disinfectant invaded his sense of smell. He glanced at his hospital gown, and he whimpered in confusion. Why was he here? Movement from the corner of his eyes caught his attention, and he smiled. 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃. His voice was small, he wasn't even sure if Katsuki heard him. Katsuki sat in a chair, his arm crossed as he slept. Katsuki sat up immediately, his eyes wide in surprise. Deku. He ran to Izuku's side, his large hands caressing Izuku's face. How are you, baby? You thing scared me. His voice sounded pained and frantic. I'm okay. What happened? Izuku moved over on the small hospital bed and pulled Katsuki down with him. The two faced each other, their eyes not leaving the others. Where are the girls? Mina was here with them, but Shitty Hair came by to pick them up. Katsuki ignored Izuku's question, not even sure how to bring up the drastic situation. Everyone is worried about you. Izuku smiled softly. I tend to spend a lot of time with hospital beds. It's nothing new. His appealing emerald eyes stared deeply into crimson. Why are you ignoring my question, Kaken? Katsuki frowned, as his large hand landed on Izuku's stomach. The action made Izuku gasp, looking at Katsuki in surprise. Katsuki sighed, as his thumb ran circles across Izuku's flat stomach. Your 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗃. Katsuki figured the best way to get the conversation started was to face it head-on. Izuku's eyes widened, as his small hand overlapped with Katsuki's. What? Katsuki crawled onto his knees, as Izuku still laid down. He placed a kiss on Izuku's stomach and looked at Izuku. With pain in his eyes. You were 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗃 before, Aizu. Izuku froze, as he forced himself to sit up. He pulled his knees to his chest, ignoring the lingering pain in his stomach. He buried his face into his knees, and covered his head with his arms. Why? Think I'm some sort of were because of it? Izuku asked, malice lacing itself in his words. Izuku, what? When have I thought that about anything you've told me? Or SHT I found out? Why would I think that? Katsuki questioned, trying to get Izuku to unbury himself. I wanted my babies. Izuku said, seemingly ignoring Katsuki. I wanted my babies so much. But Shoto hated them. He made me get rid of them. So many times. My first baby, I had to get aborted. I need the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 job. Izuku's voice was shaky, as he looked at Katsuki with tears in his eyes. I've always wanted my own pups. So many 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. Katsuki felt his heart squeeze, as he sat next to Izuku. I thought. You didn't sleep with him during your heat. Izuku shook his head slowly. I never did. But the second my last wave hit. He'd always want to do it. I got 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗃 a few times because of it. Izuku touched his stomach tenderly, as he crawled into Katsuki's lap. I had 3 documented 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. Katsuki didn't have to ask what he meant. Shoto probably has had Izuku do at home 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍, which were either from violence or by force. Katsuki wasn't sure how Izuku still sane. To you. You wanted pups too, right? Izuku asked, his eyes pleading that Katsuki would say yes. I do. But kitten. Katsuki blinked rapidly, trying not to let his sadness show. Baby, you're sick. Izuku looked at Katsuki with confusion in his emerald eyes. Sick. I feel fine, though. Well. Aside from the stomach pain. Your WMB. It's weakening. This baby could kill you. Katsuki couldn't bear seeing Izuku's face change to one of pain. The doctor suggested that we should get rid. No. Izuku cried, his hands flying to his stomach as if to protect his baby. No, no please, Kaken. Izuku sobbed, slowly inching away from the blonde. Izuku, I don't want to either. But, Katsuki tried to explain, but Izuku wasn't listening. I won't get rid of my baby, I don't want to. Please don't make me get rid of my baby again. Please. Izuku began to hyperventilate, not even registering that it was Katsuki he was talking to. Please, Shoto. 22 Katsuki couldn't hear it anymore. His heart ached and he couldn't stand the thought of his mate suffering this way. Izuku, it's me. It's Katsuki. He pulled Izuku into a hug and released his pheromones. He needed Izuku to realize that his mind was only deceiving him. That Shoto wasn't there anymore. 3K. He desperately held on to Katsuki as he cried. Kaken. His sobs began to die down, and the only thing that could be heard was sniffles. You need to calm down, Izuku. It isn't good for you to be stressing. Katsuki ran his hand through Izuku's messy curls. If we keep the baby, it's really risky for you. You could die. Izuku whimpered and snuggled deeper into Katsuki's broad chest. There isn't anything. A knock was heard at the door, and the doctor walked in. Glad to see you're awake, Mr. Midoriya. He shut the door behind him and walked towards them. So I'm assuming your mate spoke to you about the circumstance. As Izuku nodded slowly, the doctor grimaced. I do deeply apologize for everything you're going through. I cannot begin to imagine how it feels for the two of you. Izuku looked at the doctor before timidly speaking. I want my baby. There isn't anything we could do. Katsuki hated seeing Izuku so saddened. He looked at the doctor with angry eyes. There has to be something. The doctor nodded gravely. Well, there is something. But we have no idea if it'll work. Izuku and Katsuki perked up at this newfound information. But if I'm honest, Mr. Midoriya, you would be the first person to ever undergo something like this. For my mate isn't some sort of guinea pig, for what is it? Izuku cut Katsuki off, his hopes beginning to grow. Katsuki looked at him incredulously. I have to know, Kaken. I want to keep our baby. And maybe have more in the future. The doctor smiled faintly. There may be a chance that we can take some of the muscle from other parts of your body and alter it so it could possibly mend the injury your WMB has sustained. It's a risky procedure if I'm being honest. There is even a chance we could use something called stem cells and that could help it as well. But there isn't much information on how effective the stem cells are. 34. There will be antibiotics given for you so you could cleanse out your system. The pills won't harm the baby. In fact, they will provide a slight security blanket for them until the procedure is done. Izuku listened carefully. When would be the best time to have the surgery? Since I'm already 𝗵𝗃 now, wouldn't it harm my baby? So, yes. If we were to do the surgery now, there is a chance it could harm the baby. Essentially, the hope is that once the baby is big and healthy enough, you could qualify for a C-section. And then from there we could be able to grab the muscle tissue. Katsuki frowned. And this SHT has never been done before. How are we supposed to make sure he stays okay until the C-section date? I don't like seeing my mate suffering. The antibiotics should be enough to stabilize the waves of pain. However, over-the-counter pain medication should be the little push the pills need. The pills won't be dangerous for him to overdose, but still be mindful. Are you still taking the antidepressants? As Izuku nodded, the doctor scribbled some notes down. I suggest lowering the dosage for the time being. I don't want to risk a potential overdose. I would require for you to keep meeting with your therapist and psychiatrist. I know a lot of information was said. And there is a lot to think about. Just to make sure you're stable, I'll keep you here one more night, and I regardless prescribe you the antibiotics for the pain, alright? Not to pressure you or anything, but I would need an answer as soon as possible. I'll be back. With the medication. And the doctor left, leaving the mates to soak in all the information he left for them. Izuku, it's risky. Katsuki said, breaking the tension that was left in the room. I know. I really know. Izuku whispered, looking down at the white sheets. I can't imagine. Not having kids though, Kaken. His voice cracked as he wiped at his runny nose. I've always wanted a family. Always. Now I'm hearing I might not be able to. When I've gotten 𝗵𝗃 with the wrong people before. Izuku bit his quivering lip. I have the right person now. The person who I truly love and who loves me. And I can't even have the family I've always wanted. I don't want you to die. Katsuki whispered, holding Izuku's shaking hand. I finally have you back in my life, I don't want to lose you again. You just might. Izuku looked at Katsuki with the most heartbreaking look in his eyes. If I lose our child, I might die, Kaken. 11 It wasn't an exaggeration. Omegas typically felt connected with their children the second they knew they were expecting. For Izuku to feel the life of each child he had inside of him fade away surely ate away at his sanity. There's only so much a person could take. I know it's risky. But, Kaken, please. Please let's try it. And think of it like this. Maybe this could help other people suffering with similar things like me. That would help so many other families. And it could. We could grow our family. Katsuki cupped Izuku's appealing face into his large hands and kissed him softly. Izuku laid his hands on top of Katsuki's as the two pulled apart. Okay. Katsuki's voice was barely a whisper. His instincts fighting once more. He wanted nothing more than to protect Izuku. But he also couldn't stand the sight of Izuku hurt. Okay. Izuku whispered back, smiling faintly. For okay. Katsuki barked out a forced laugh. We'll do it. But I will make your okay every step of the way, okay? I don't want you to die. One Izuku cried, and only cried harder at Katsuki's words. A faint knock was heard at the door as the doctor walked back in. He held the medication in his hand as he placed them and a water bottle on a nearby table. I'm sorry, did I walk in on a bad time? The doctor asked, not sure what to do. We'll do it. The surgery. But make sure my mate survives or I'll have your head on a motherfucking platter. Katsuki warned, as he held Izuku close to him. I love you. Izuku whispered, as the doctor began talking over plans with the two. I love you more, Izuku. He kissed the side of his forehead. Let's make sure you're going to be okay to have a family, yeah. Smile for me, baby. As Izuku smiled messily, Katsuki grinned widely. Good job, baby boy. 6 to be continued. Izuku was in so much pain, it was crazy. The medication did help dull the sensation of constantly feeling like he was being stabbed, but it would be for a few hours at best. One Katsuki didn't want Izuku doing anything that would strain him. He even tried taking care of the twins and Katsuki was weary about that. Katsuki felt like he was using a lot of his strength to do so. 5 But Katsuki pampered the hell out of Izuku. Showered him, cuddled him, simply showered him with affection. It made Izuku's heart swell, feeling the love Katsuki was giving him. He hasn't felt anything like this in his prior relationship, so feeling this now was so surreal to him. Hey, Aizu. Katsuki greeted, as walked in with a tray of breakfast. The smell of fresh strawberries and French toast blessed Izuku's sense of smell, and he drooled at the smell. Pancakes currently made him nauseous, and his love for sweet things quickly changed to French toasts. Hungry baby. I am. Izuku blushed, not daring to make eye contact. He's been starving, but that hasn't been the only thing that has been out of control. His hormones were out of whack. He constantly craved sex, or at least to release a load after a while. But he couldn't dare bring himself to mention it to Katsuki, it was mortifying. For hey, what's wrong, princess? Katsuki sat on the bed next to Izuku, as he prepared to feed him. Not feeling the food anymore. He placed it on the bedside table, as he realized Izuku was avoiding eye contact. Kitten, talk to, Mim. Katsuki emmed, as Izuku aggressively kissed him. He climbed into his lap, wanting friction as soon as possible, and began attacking Katsuki's neck with bites and kisses. Izuku, what's up? Katsuki groaned, holding Izuku still. Touch me. Please. Tears began welling in his eyes from the embarrassment. There's something wrong with me, Kaken. Katsuki furrowed his brows. I always want you to touch me. Katsuki blinked, before smiling slyly. It's not funny, Kaken. Baby, listen. It's okay. It's natural. You're going to want to have sex, and that's alright. Though, I didn't know it'd be showing this early in 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁𝗁𝐶𝗧. His large hands drifted towards Izuku little bump. Maybe it's the meds. I'll ask the Fing doctor, okay? Why yeah. It's not weird or, Izuku groaned, holding his stomach as Katsuki became alert. Ouch. Baby, come on. No stressing right now. Did you take them this morning? As Izuku shook his head no, Katsuki sighed. You have to take them. And your antidepressants. I'll get them and some orange juice. Or you want apple? 16 orange please. As Izuku laid down, trying to blink tears away, Katsuki quickly went to retrieve the medication. He hated seeing Izuku suffering. He's had enough of that. I'm sorry. Izuku whispered, curling up. Izuku didn't want to feel like he was bothering Katsuki, even if the two were mates now. In the back of his head, he'd always feel like a bother, no matter how much Katsuki reassured him otherwise. Katsuki walked back into the room holding Izuku's pill and a cup of orange juice. Here, princess. Take 'em. He placed the pills and helped Izuku drink them down. See, you're going to be okay. I could have done it myself, Kaken. Izuku muttered, feeling horrible for making Katsuki do all the work for him. Get that out of your head. Katsuki warned, picking up the nearly forgotten food. I'm always going to be here for you, baby. I'm not doing anything because I'm forced to, I'm doing it because I want to. You're my Fing mate. My everything. I'll do anything for you, I'll die for you. You can't die. I need you. Izuku mumbled, not being used for the two to be able to feel each other's thoughts and emotions. It was something that came with bonding, and it was foreign for Izuku to feel. I need you too. But my point is, you shitty nerd, is that I'm here for you. You're not alone, so use me. I'm here. Katsuki fed Izuku, pampering his Omega as much as he could. It was something he didn't expect to give him so much joy, but it did. Round Cheeks is on her way. I have to handle something really quickly with the old pains in my butt. You'll be okay, or need me to reschedule? Katsuki asked, laying Izuku back on some pillows. Kaken, don't talk about Okako or your parents like that. But, please don't reschedule. I'll be fine. Izuku closed his eyes, the medication slowly kicking in. One side effect of the medication was drowsiness. Izuku constantly laid in bed, and Katsuki would come and massage Izuku's leg to make sure blood clots didn't come from the lack of movement. For kitten, you sure? Katsuki whispered, and suddenly he found himself staring at Izuku's emerald eyes. What's up? When you come back, can we do something please? Izuku begged, his sleepiness apparent in his eyes. I really want you to touch me again. Okay. What kind of alpha would I be if I didn't take care of you? You've been such a good Omega. And so strong. You're carrying our appealing pup. He kissed Izuku gently, slightly pulling Izuku's plump lips between his teeth. A throaty left Izuku's lips, and his small hands grabbed at Katsuki's shoulders, pulling him on top of him. Katsuki didn't put his weight on Izuku, he put his arms on the sides of Izuku's body. The two shared a good passionate kiss, their tongues dancing sensually. Izuku opened his legs, and wrapped them around Katsuki's waist. The two grinded against each other, their members rubbing against each other. The two giving into each other's desires. As Katsuki's hand made its way to Izuku's member, a ring resonated within the house. A whine left Izuku's lips, as Katsuki cursed under his breath. Horrible Fing timing. Though it works out, Katsuki smoothed his hands over Izuku's unruly hair. Because when round cheeks leave, your butt is mine's. To Izuku quietly, as he nodded excitedly. You'll be careful. A Fing course. Why wouldn't I be? I can't hurt you or my pup. Katsuki winked as he covered Izuku up and walked to let Okako in the house. Hey Izuku! Okako exclaimed, as she greeted Izuku. Izuku smiled, and watched as Katsuki began gathering his things to leave. Oi, round cheeks! Katsuki exclaimed, gaining the attention of both of the Omegas. He is able to do physical SHT, but his pain comes in waves. I just gave him medicine though, so he should be okay for now. I shouldn't be gone for too long. As Okako nodded, He looked over at Izuku. Help him with everything, alright. I want to make sure his thing okay. Sure thing, Bakugo. Okiko smiled, as Izuku pouted. I can do some things on my own, never said you couldn't. I just want you relaxing, alright. Besides, Katsuki went and whispered in Izuku's ear. You need all your energy for tonight, right kitten? A shiver ran down Izuku's body, as Katsuki kissed him. I'll be back, baby. I love you. He turned to Okiko before giving her a lopsided smile. Thank you too, round cheeks. No biggie, anytime. Okiko sat on the bed next to Izuku, and grabbed the remote as Izuku began settling back to fall asleep. Anything for you guys. I love you too, Kaken. Be safe. Izuku mumbled, as he closed his eyes. Of course, kitten. Izuku. Okiko called out as she hugged the 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗔𝗂𝗵𝗲, since Katsuki had left. It's been a few weeks since the two have seen each other and they've missed each other greatly. How are you feeling, sweetie? She knew he was pretty much bedridden, and that why she didn't mind that Katsuki had called her over. In pain. I'm in so much pain, Ocha. I don't know what to do. Izuku began to sob, his emerald eyes full of hurt and remorse. My baby. I'm scared my baby isn't okay. I'm sure your baby is doing great. Have you talked to Katsuki? He needs to know if you're feeling like this. I don't want to bother Dash, you're never bothering anyone, Izuku. We've been telling you this for so long. You're never a bother. Aizu, what you need from me? Maya asked, running into the room. She was originally with 𝗧𝗪, since he had the twins and she wanted to help, but eventually she begged him to take her to Izuku's because she wanted to help the 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗔𝗂𝗵𝗲. Ever since she heard her mother's talking about Izuku's 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗔𝗁𝗔, she's been trying to take care of him. It was simply another sign that she was an alpha, seeing as though alphas typically take care of omegas out of instincts. I'm okay, sweetie. Just a water is fine. As Maya nodded happily, he looked at Okiko bashfully. I have to pee, can you please let me go and not? I can take you. Okiko chirped, looping their arms together. Katsuki instructed if anyone was with Izuku, that helped him with anything. It was kind of dreadful for Izuku, but he couldn't find it in him to tell anyone no. After the nap, he felt okay. The medication, turns out, constantly made him tired. He called the doctor himself while Katsuki was out talking with his parents about the job. The medication also was responsible for the constant longing to have sex, and much to Izuku's embarrassment, he asked the doctor if it was all right to at least do that, to which the doctor said it was. After all, omegas typically had a high sex drive, not higher than an alpha of course, but the drive only got intenser during 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗔𝗂𝗵𝗃. That applies for female and male omegas. Just as long as the mates were gentle and mindful, it was all right. After Izuku had help walking to the bathroom, even though he didn't need it, he asked if the two could go for a walk. He felt tired being restricted to the bed, and it would only be up and down the block. If you hold my hand, then yes. She put her hand out, and Izuku instantly could see how she was a mother. She held a tenderness yet firmness when speaking. He hoped to be like her. Yes, mother. The two laced their fingers, as Maya walked in front of them, the breeze feeling delicate on Izuku's pale skin. The cloudy sky covering the appealing sun. During the fall, Izuku loved being outside. It was rather peaceful, and seemingly called out his name, even though he was a summer baby. You okay? Okiko asked, wanting to make sure the 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗔𝗂𝗵𝗲 wasn't overexerting himself. Yes, I'm good. Just taking in the scenery. You know how much I love these kind of things. The two made small talk over what new outfits to get since the season change, and how each other had been. While the two constantly spoke over the phone, they liked speaking about their personal problems in person. It was just easier for each other to convey what exactly the other person was feeling. The two sat down on a bus stop seat, watching as Maya jumped over stones and played with ants crawling around, and continued their conversation. Okiko was explaining how although Maya was a great kid, she's been finally hitting that transition of terrible twos, even though she was going to be 3 next week. And also how she's been behind with simple tasks, and her mothers had taken her to the doctor only for them to find out she has slight autism. 21 They spoke about how Kaminari had tried to lock himself in the bathroom and had planned on overdosing. His 𝗕𝗓𝗍𝗵 hasn't gotten any better, and if it wasn't for Kirishima breaking the door down, then Kaminari wouldn't have been here. Kaminari has now started therapy and been on a suicide watch. 𝗬𝗪, much to Kirishima's dismay, had been a huge help with the twins. They were a bit bigger and soon a month old. It was a appealing thing to see them grow. How about you, sweetie? Talk to me. What's going on in Izukuland? Okiko smiled, nudging Izuku. My first blood work for this possible surgery is coming up. Izuku mumbled, playing with the hem of his jacket. Yeah. How you do feel about it? Okiko questioned, squeezing Izuku's hand slightly, full of reassurance. One scared. But okay. I'm hopeful my baby will be okay. I want my baby to be healthy, and possibly have more in the future. Let's head back in. As the three of them began walking back to the infamous house that was the Midoriya Bakugo household, Okiko smiled. You're going to be such a great mother. You're so kind and caring. You're already risking so much, just to make sure the baby is all good. I love you so much for that. Ocha. Izuku smiled, throwing his arms around her neck as they made it in the house. They sat in the living room and put on a classical Disney movie. As Izuku cuddled into Okiko, and Maya on the other side, he began drifting off, the drowsiness he felt earlier returning. After a few hours, the sun had finally set, and the both of them had fallen asleep on the couch. At this point, Okiko was laying fully on the couch, and Izuku was on top of her, his arms thrown to the side of her and his head resting on her chest. Maya was tucked right between Okiko and the couch, her small body sprawled over Izuku's. Their legs were practically tangled, and at first glance, anyone would think the two were lovers. Since Mina had also been summoned to the job, Katsuki had given her a ride to his house, so the mates and their daughter could go home together. Maya at first had wanted to be with 𝗬𝗪, but when she found out Okiko was staying with Izuku, she changed her mind instantly. She loved acting like a big sister, and had even been asking her mothers for a younger sibling. 7 As Katsuki and Mina walked into the house, they both looked at the couch before Mina practically jumped with joy. Aren't they cute? She took her phone out and snapped a picture of it, sure to send it to the two, before gently walking over to the Omegas. Katsuki had to admit, it was an adorable sight to see. Although the alpha in him didn't like to see his mate laid up with anyone other than himself, he knew he had nothing to worry about. For one, both of the two were mated. Secondly, Izuku and Okiko were both attracted to their own sex, so it wouldn't mean a thing. Hey, baby, let's head home, yeah? Mina asked, attempting to wake up her sleeping mate and daughter. As Okiko stirred, so did Izuku. Mina. His mind sluggish from the wonderful nap he had just experienced. Being with Okiko and her calming pheromones was like being with his mother all over again, and it weirdly gave him a sense of nostalgia. Hey sleeping beauties. Mina winked and pinched Izuku's cheek, causing him to giggle. I'm here to take my queen home. As Izuku and Okiko undid themselves from each other, Okiko sighed. Sleeping Beauty is a princess, baby. Wanna, she is. But since we're married, and already have a princess right now, you're a queen. I'm the king, of course. Mina shrugged, before smirking. Ah, excuse me then, sir. Okiko joked, as Izuku and Katsuki laughed. I'll see you soon, okay? Need any my clothes for a nest? Izuku has recently been gathering all of his friends' clothes, not even just the Omegas anymore, to make a nest. 6 It was because since his hormones during his 𝗕𝗓𝗍𝗵𝗄 was out of whack, he managed to gather things with the people he trusted to never harm his child. Of course, it was mostly Katsuki's things, more like 1 or 2 pieces of clothing from the others. Not right away. Maybe soon, though. Izuku got up and stretched. He made eye contact with Katsuki, and smiled as he got up and kissed Katsuki. Katsuki protectively wrapped his arms around his waist and pulled him into a hug. 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗏𝗂𝗏. Hey, kitten. He winked before turning to Okiko and Mina. Thank you again, for being here. Means a lot, round face. And you too, Maya. He removed himself from Izuku and picked up Maya, kissing her cheek as she giggled. A blush crept on her face, and she hugged him tightly. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 Suki. She kissed his cheek, much to his surprise, before prying herself from his grasp and running to Izuku. Bye-bye, Zuku. She kissed his belly, and he bent down to her height to kiss her forehead. Bye, sweetie. Thank you for everything. As the friends parted ways, Izuku smiled before sitting back on the couch. His hand ran over his face as Katsuki locked the door. Had fun, princess? Katsuki asked, as he pulled Izuku into his lap, joining him on the couch. Izuku's back was towards Katsuki, as Katsuki began massaging his back. A very quiet left Izuku's delectable lips. Yes. So much. More down, Kaken. As Katsuki put more pressure into the massage he was giving to Izuku, Izuku began squirming in his lap, his butt pressing into Katsuki's member. Katsuki held back a growl, as Izuku released SNG pheromones, and grabbed at Katsuki's thighs. Eager aren't we? Katsuki asked, as Izuku arched his back and rested his head on Katsuki's shoulder, his arm reaching to grab his head and centered himself on Katsuki. Katsuki grabbed his waist, and slowly began peeling off Izuku's shirt. Escaped Izuku, as he felt Katsuki like his neck and gently bit his neck. Not facing Katsuki as he cherished his body was only adding more to the 𝗬𝗏𝗃. More. Izuku gasped, slowly winding his hips on Katsuki's now hard PP. Izuku could feel his slick began leaking out of his entrance as his PP rubbed against his own breathes angrily. You've been so good, kitten. I can't wait to F you good. As Izuku began unbuttoning his breathes in anticipation as to what was to come, Katsuki pried of his own shirt, Izuku standing up so the two could remove their clothing. Izuku couldn't describe how happy he was to have Katsuki touching him this way. His body craved Katsuki and had practically screamed for Katsuki to be inside him. As the two were now in nothing but their 𝗬𝗏 skin, Katsuki has swayed positions on them. Izuku now sitting on the couch, as Katsuki kneeled on the floor, with Izuku's legs spread apart as he left butterfly kisses on his pale thighs. Izuku tried to cover his mouth, as Katsuki's tongue trailed closer to his hard member. It didn't help that Katsuki was watching him so intensely, his crimson eyes staring at Izuku with so much adoration. You excited, Deku? Katsuki's voice was husky, as his breath tickled Izuku's member, the action causing him to twitch and into his hand. Uncover your mouth. I want to hear you. 1K Kaken. Izuku couldn't help his voice as he became a stuttering mess. His heart was beating rapidly, as Katsuki's hands grasped at Izuku's thighs and he liked the tip of Izuku's PP, his tongue skillfully swirling around the swollen head. The action caused Izuku to cry out, and he almost grabbed at Katsuki's hair, but he wasn't sure if he was allowed to do so. You can pull my hair, baby. He smirked, as he went and took Izuku into his mouth, slightly dragging his teeth against Izuku's PP, Izuku crying out. He shared with Katsuki that because of everything that has happened to him, he believes he had developed a sort of pain 𝗕𝗏𝗃, and he was right. The action didn't hurt Izuku as much as he thought it would, it only enhanced his RLL. I fing love when you pull my hair, kitten. 𝗓𝗏𝗃 Kaken. Izuku breathed, his hand flying to Katsuki's blonde hair, Katsuki sking Izuku off wonderfully. Izuku could feel his PP beginning to hit the back of Katsuki's throat, and it was becoming too much. To feel the way Katsuki would swirl his tongue, and the way his mouth seemed to work wonders around Izuku's member and ball was becoming too much. Kaken ate suddenly. Izuku felt his legs thrown over Katsuki's shoulders and slightly lifted off the couch, so Izuku's butt was now in the open. One of Katsuki's large fingers probed at his entrance. He began pushing into Izuku's entrance, his mouth never leaving Izuku's member. A shudder ran through Izuku's body, as Katsuki pleasured his butt and PP. The grip on Katsuki's hair tightened, and Izuku could feel his chest rising and falling heavily. Wait, Kaken. Izuku warned. He could feel his orgasm coming closer, the feeling in his stomach becoming overwhelming. His eyes rolled, his back arched, as Katsuki continued to stretch him and 𝗧𝗂𝗃 him off as he came into his mouth. His breathing was ragged, as he tried to come down from the intense orgasm he just experienced. Katsuki released Izuku's member and he looked down at the blissful Omega. "You okay, kitten?" He liked his lips and smirked when he realized Izuku was blushing so intensely. "Why you swallowed it?" Izuku mumbled and barely had enough time to think as Katsuki's mouth was pressing into Izuku's. Katsuki pushed his thumb into Izuku's mouth, as he pried it wider than normal and made their tongues clash. The feeling of having Katsuki's tongue and thumb into Izuku's mouth made Izuku and his stomach flutter. "You still want to have secretary?" Katsuki asked, his lips eventually pulled away from Izuku's. Izuku nodded, his daring side taking over before gesturing for Katsuki to add his more fingers, such as his middle and index finger, before sking on them and making sure to tease Katsuki. Katsuki growled, before removing his fingers from Izuku's mouth and making Izuku flip over. "This position okay?" Izuku nodded, protruding his butt more in the air. Izuku laid there, his back arched as much as he could, his butt in the air, a sight so wonderful for Katsuki that he couldn't contain the growl as he took his throbbing PP and rubbed it over Izuku's entrance. More. Keikaken Izuku the teasing action practically torturing Izuku. "Don't tease, put it in." Izuku begged, the words causing Izuku to blush from embarrassment and Katsuki to smirk in triumph. "6 beg, Omega." Katsuki moved against Izuku's rim, but never entering him. Izuku cried out, from pleasure and from the teases. "Kaken." Izuku felt embarrassed, more than embarrassed if possible. But he couldn't help the overwhelming sensation of Katsuki's PP teasingly pressed against his entrance. His longing outweighed his shame. Please. Alpha. Please put it in. I want to feel you inside me." Izuku cried out. "Now. I can't deny that, can I?" The way Katsuki oozed demons over Izuku turned him on to no end. "Get ready, kitten." Katsuki pushed inside of Izuku, the Omega-ing as he pushed his face into the couch. Katsuki growled at the sight, Izuku peering over his should to look at Katsuki. Blush covered his cheeks, as tears pooled in his gorgeous eyes. His lips were slightly swollen from gnawing at them, and his other hand grabbed at the armrest of the couch. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's arm, pulling it back gently, making Izuku arch his back more if possible. So deep." Izuku breathed out, as Katsuki began moving in and out of him. With Izuku's arm reached behind him, it was like he was giving better access for the alpha, and it was STMLTNG him much more. "Keikaken, you like that, kitten?" Katsuki asked, his voice deep, simply making the Omega nod his head vigorously. Katsuki took his hand that was resting on Izuku's waist, and shoved 2 fingers into Izuku's mouth, Izuku loudly at the intrusion. "SCK them, baby. You feel so good, around my PP like that. Taking me so well, princess." Katsuki kissed Izuku's shoulder, as he slightly angled his move, aiming for his PRCT. Izuku's cried, meeting Katsuki's move down, only adding more intensity. "Just like that, baby. Take it." Izuku's mind was blank. Sek always felt amazing with Katsuki. It never was a moment when Izuku didn't feel like he wasn't getting pleased. Fearful of biting down on Katsuki's fingers, he tried to lower his voice and hold it in. "Don't." Katsuki roughly moved straight into Izuku's PRG, causing Izuku to let out a seki biting down on Katsuki's fingers. "Bite me. Mark me up, baby." That was all the clarification Izuku had needed. "You're gonna make me come, Deku." Katsuki slowly picked up the pace, the sound of skins slapping together and incoherent mms the only things that could be heard. "What do you want me to do, inside?" Izuku slurred together. He could feel his second orgasm approaching and he wanted to come with Katsuki. Please." Izuku began breathing faster, moving harder on Katsuki's PP, as Katsuki moved harder inside of Izuku. "Oh God," Katsuki groaned, feeling his PP spurt his cum deep inside of Izuku. 6 Kaken. Izuku falling down on his face, the release on the armrest he had now gone. Waves of cum shot onto the couch, as he tried to hold the rest of his body up, but was too drained to do so. Katsuki held his waist, so he wouldn't fall in the now cum-stained couch cushion. Oh. Izuku breathed, trying to gathering his thoughts and steadying his breathing. You okay? Katsuki asked, pulling out of Izuku, and restrained a growl as he saw the cum leak out of Izuku's butt. It was a 𝗧𝗵𝗃 sight, and if Izuku had the energy definitely would have been initiative for a next round. And no not. Izuku asked, looking at his mate with questioning droopy eyes. Not this time. Held it back. Figured you wouldn't want to be stuck on the Fing couch for near half an hour. I wasn't too rough, was I? He pulled Izuku into his lap, rubbing his under eyes with his callous thumb. Sweat covered their bodies, but it wasn't a bother to them. And no. Izuku looked away, before blushing furiously. I liked it. Ah. Don't speak like that, kitten. Katsuki kissed his passionately. I'll F you again, if you keep saying those kind of things. Once Izuku's ears were a peeling shade of red, Katsuki laughed before picking Izuku up. Let's take a bath. Our clothes. Izuku squealed, wrapping his legs around Katsuki's torso. Later. He sat Izuku in the bathtub and set it to the right temperature. How's your stomach? Fine. Izuku placed his hand over his small baby bump. Do you think we hurt the baby? Katsuki stared at Izuku before chuckling. I doubt it. I don't see how sec could hurt the baby. It's recommend. When he saw Izuku frown, he sighed, before climbing in the tub with Izuku. Do you want me to call the Fing doctor? We can ask for an emergency LTRSND, if you'd like. 3 Can we? As Katsuki nodded, Izuku smiled fondly. I love you, Kaken. So much. He laid his chest on Katsuki's chest. You make me so happy. That's all that I ever want to Fing do for you. I want to be to your hero. Katsuki kissed his temple before slipping a finger in Izuku's entrance. A gasp left Izuku's lips, and as Izuku squirmed, Katsuki pursed his lips. Just removing the cum. 2 I could do it myself. Izuku bit his lip, blushing. No need. All done. Good job, kitten. Let's get you cleaned up, okay? Then get you some fruit, if you'd like. Katsuki lathered the sponge, and gently scrubbed Izuku's body. 1 kiwi, and mango please. 2 Consider it Fing done, princess. I love you. Katsuki kissed Izuku's lips as he smiled against them. More than you ever know.